Boom. Everybody's dead. Thank you for joining us.
Well, that was a short and quick and to the point.
It's our shortest episode ever. Oh, no, we weren't recording? No.
What?
Welcome, everybody, to the Albert End and another episode of Nightbane.
Nightbane.
Thank you for joining us. We got lots of fun things planned for today. Let's see how many of them they actually do. Or they go off on their own tangent again and ruin somebody's life. I don't even know what the donut means, but it's a stress donut. Okay. Zero chance.
Zero of the fun stuff. But yes, it is a stress donut.
But thank you for joining us. If you do like watching tabletop RPG, we do also have Tales of Andrea on Sundays at 3 p.m. Mountain Time. It's our year-long so far campaign. Lots of fun stuff. We're running for our lives because the mountain's about to blow up, and if that piques your interest, come watch and see what that means. And then on Tuesdays, we also have Into the Nightmare, another D&D campaign. That one I can't quote what's going on, but maybe Vaughn will tell us what's going on in that one.
Oh, it's a lot of madness. A lot of madness, I tell you.
Lots of madness.
Yeah, we just
also,
killed Emily's character.
Yay. That's okay, she'll come back. They all do. Everybody comes back as a zombie. Later.
I mean,
or werewolf.
Wrong.
Or a werewolf.
or a werewolf.
Undead, werewolf, zombie from space, robotic. Anyway.
The undead cyber zombie werewolf.
Oh my god.
From Alpha Centauri. Anyway. Yeah, so anything's possible from the madness. From the mind of Vaughn. We'll join us Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Mountain and find out. We also play games, play Raft on Wednesdays, or at least at the moment. I don't know how many more episodes we'll throw into that. Still got things to do and having fun painting the raft and building it up, but the storyline's done. Until they release the next chapter, and then they promise bigger and better things. Friday is going to be Hate, Laugh, Love, but we don't know what is planned yet, so stay tuned to our social medias. And always stop by our Discord and see what's going on.
Yay, Discord.
Yay.
We also have Rain in the Garden this Monday.
And Raid in the Garden. Yes, so, that time again of the month.
It is.
Lovely sounds and poems.
Good old poem readings. Quite a few good ones.
Too cool. Okay, well, back to Nightbane. Lots of things going on. Lots of things that certain party members don't agree with. Gaia and Anubis are having an argument from one perspective. From another perspective, Cook's perspective, Anubis was killing Gaia, but hey, he didn't. Or at least didn't yet. We'll see where that goes. Cat had a couple of things interesting happen. One, she became the queen of the aliens. So she now has a very, very small queen army, or alien army.
Like a metal band.
The aliens that were left when the Queen Mother abandoned them, because she wanted to go home and didn't care about the rest of them. And also, Cat kind of found out a little bit about herself and her mother, and then was promptly erased from her memory by her mother. Who knows where that's going to go, but her mother's not who she seems to be. Not a Nightbane, not a 400-year-old Nightbane.
I did have a question about that specifically, if we have time. But...
Sure. Shoot.
Oh, okay. So, does she still remember meeting Anubis?
No.
Did she also delete that? Cool. So none of that happened in her mind.
None of that happened in her mind. She is not very subtle about the way she did that. She just went from point A to point B. That whole segment's gone.
All
which
right.
is going to maybe be noticeable here soon. For if the other two even care.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Great. So, we are looking at, it is April 7th, Thursday. Start of a new day. Last day was kind of crazy. Your media campaign wasn't all that successful, but it was a start and got some things rolling. What do you wish to accomplish today? Anybody?
Study.
Study, yeah. Study's a given nowadays.
Yeah, I guess that would be a thing. Study. How did I get my yacht?
Cook's offered his idea, and they both shot it down. So he's
What was Cook's idea?
his idea to basically fabricate some NSP killing.
He wanted to fabricate some stuff, yes.
And they opted for, instead of faking it, actually finding some people and not saving them and watching them die instead, and accused me of sounding like the NSP. So yeah, I'm leaving it to those two to come up with ideas and study.
Well, maybe if you didn't wake them up in the middle of the night, they would have been more receptive.
Probably, but that's just the way Cook did it, so...
Zelda thought it was a good idea. Cat wasn't having it.
Okay, well, we start the day off studying, I guess. Everybody studying.
Yep.
So let's get you till noonish. So go ahead and take 4 hours of study.
4? Nice.
4 hours of study time. Let's get that out of the way first. See if anything crazy happens. That's what I don't have open. The spreadsheet.
Oh, that gives Vinny a roll.
It does give Vinny a roll.
That's good. He only has one success, right? So
He has... I'm pretty sure you're right. One success.
I'm just going by what's on the sheet, so
Yeah. I was looking at Vinny's actual sheet to confirm that they are up to date, and they are in fact up to date,
awesome.
except for the current roll.
So everybody put in their time.
I think for Cat that means 20 hours?
Damn.
Yeah.
20 more hours for your...
And I had 50 hours left.
So,
until
No,
no, you had 50 hours.
50
of
hours
200.
into. So
Oh, I was 50 hours.
so now you're 70 hours into your next...
Yeah.
Did you get below 20?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Boomer.
On my D4s.
That's a good roll. I forgot you roll those at advantage.
Advantage, yeah. I was gonna say, Vinny has
I
the advantage book.
That's awesome.
I rolled 2 4s, so I was like, yay, 4.
Nice.
You can't say Anubis never did nothing for you.
Cook, yeah.
Hi.
He does all the time.
I can, and
Vinny
I
thinks
do.
Anubis
And I
is very
will.
helpful.
Even though he lives by the grace of Anubis. His entire existence is by the grace of Anubis. the books he reads,
Ungrateful.
the amulets he used.
Hey, someone satisfying their curiosity is not by the grace
Yeah, okay.
of.
Oh, wow.
Well,
Got
then
him.
you're gonna have fun.
Oh,
Because I need perception rolls from everybody.
Oh, shit.
Very easy.
That's right, I've got a plus 10 to these, right? I always forget. Uh-oh.
Vinny either has his nose in the book or sees everything today.
I see everything today. I rolled a
He's-
natural 20 for a total of 35.
Damn. Well, I got 29 with a natural 19.
Nice.
well.
Cat.
12. 12. Believe it or not, 12's easy enough. It's just, Cat,
We're
it's
just
not going to hit.
overachievers.
It's not going to hit Cat right away. The other two, eventually you make your way out of your room for lunch or something. And you know that big glowing ball that, was new in your dimension?
Yes.
The nexus point?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you don't see it.
Oh,
Because there's a building there now.
in the sky?
No, but it's that big. There is a huge, brand new, non-Gaia building in the center of the dimension that is
I love it.
covering up the nexus point. It's got that pure white construction look to it.
Is it an obelisk?
No.
No, I think it's where Anubis lives.
Great.
Interesting.
Kit Kat, of course, it takes you a couple of minutes before you realize that, but you still see it. It's a little hard not to see in them because it's bigger
She's too
than
busy
everything
texting.
else from ground to ceiling,
Can I
and
tell?
it's not Gaia, so
But I can tell that it's Anubis made.
you can't tell it's Anubis made.
Ah.
But you definitely tell it's not Gaia made. It's not a Gaia made building. And it wasn't there when you went to sleep. So draw your own conclusions. What are you guys gonna do?
I'm gonna go investigate.
Yeah, I want to go up to it.
Yeah, you know what? I'm also going to go investigate.
Well, there you have it, folks. Somehow the party didn't split.
No,
wanna see it.
we were split.
You were split, but somehow they all came back together and you met together on your way down the yellow brick road to go see the castle.
Why is this road yellow brick? This is so weird.
This is so
I think
weird.
that's a design flaw in my opinion. Yellow is a hideous color.
No kidding.
Anyway, no brick road. Just so we nix that cannon really fast. But you all meet up on your way, going, ooh, that's new. You
Ooh,
start
that's new.
getting in range, or, it takes a little while. It's huge. I mean, it goes from ground to ceiling. So, not hard to miss. It's big. It takes about 30 minutes to actually get to the center of the dimension. And because it is definitely not close to the Gaia base that it was built. Because you're not taking up the whole dimension. You just got a little corner of it. But as you start getting close to the ground level, about a football field length away, you definitely see there are a lot of guards around it. And they're not guarding against it, they're guarding people going to it.
I'll keep
What are these
going.
things?
Sorry.
Or
Excuse
these
me.
are our people?
They are your people.
Yeah. Try to walk past.
I find whoever's in charge and I have some questions for them.
Well, that should be very easy because the person in charge is right there in your way. All three of you. And it's familiar. Mommy.
Oh. Hey, Mother, what's going on here? What's this new
walk
building?
around.
You will be stopped. Not harshly, but you will be stopped.
We're
Big
not
old
supposed
building.
to go. What's this?
So, roll me an intelligence check, K-Cat.
Hmm. Oh, it's the IQ, right?
Yes, IQ. Roll
I
die
rolled?
20 and tell me how much you made it. Goodbye.
I rolled 5.
You rolled what?
A 5.
Okay, that's good. What's your intelligence? IQ?
Come on, 25?
So you made it by 20.
Oh, good.
So, this is a good thing. It's like I said, I can make highs and lows both good in this game. And rolling low on this type of check is very good.
Yeah.
Though she's hiding it very well, enough that the other two don't outright notice it right away. You knowing your mother would classify her as giddy.
Giddy. Oh, Mama.
The other two, she's in a very good mood. But she's like, hi, sorry, of course, everyone, you guys would show up eventually, but, yeah, Anubis has decided to take up residence here, and no one's allowed in.
What?
I turn around and leave.
He's here? Have you met him yet? I want to meet him.
Right now he's not taking visitors.
Stops. You have met him.
I mean, I guess you could count that as meeting, but not like I want to see him with my eyes.
You have seen him with your eyes.
I thought you weren't religious. Anyway. And not really though. Like,
Nah.
see him. When is he gonna be, like,
Well,
how
I
long do
don't
you think we should
know.
wait? Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, are
he
you so
will-
excited?
Yes.
By the way, he
I'm so
doesn't need
excited.
any guards. He can handle himself.
The guards are here to keep everybody else away. I'm sure he can handle it, but, hey.
Have you seen him yet, Mom?
No, not yet. Not directly, no.
Inside check.
Okay.
If you wish.
No, I've already said I'm walking away. The last
You're
thing I said
walking
was
away.
me at a distance. Just
I really
critiquing
want to
what that
insight
did.
check her, but I don't think she would. I think she would just take her at her word. Ah,
Vinny?
what are you
Anything?
doing?
Yeah, I actually think Vinny would like. I would like to. And what would that even be called?
It's an intelligence. It's a type of intelligence check here.
Okay, so I'm rolling a d20
Yes.
and trying to get.
As low
Is
as
that
you
all the-
can get.
Okay, well, my
Tell me how much
IQ's,
you make.
my IQ's 35. I rolled a 17.
So that's 18.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
It's
what are you
disgusting.
trying to determine?
I'm
Beautiful.
I'm
Disgusting.
I'm actually trying to figure out what specifically Ket means by meet him, because didn't all
Oh.
three of us meet him not that long ago?
Yeah.
Yes.
We literally
According
did.
to your
So-
knowledge, yes.
So I'm a little confused why she's acting this way.
She's not acting. She truly believes she's not met him.
Okay, and how does
And
Okay.
you have filed and given your report to the council. The council
And-
knows you have met him, but her mother didn't react to that.
her mother didn't react?
the way you would like, well, what are you talking about? You did, such and such report. Your mother is just like, yeah, I know, right?
Wow, what a good manipulating actor.
Well, then Vinny will say,
what you're looking for is
well, if this is what we expected, then yeah, I'm just gonna go back. You guys have fun. I will talk to you all later, and I'm gonna go find Cook.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
all I would love to say to Kit Kat's mother is see you next Tuesday.
See you next Tuesday. Okay. Don't get the reference to that, but hey.
I'll explain later.
Okay. Okay.
So confused.
Yeah, that's what we're here to do. Confuse everybody.
Confuse people. Delightful.
It's the best.
It's noon, right? So I'm going to find food.
It's noon.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm very disinterested in the building.
Finding Cook is easy because you guys got a long walk. It's easy to see him.
I catch up to him.
Yep.
Cook.
Hmm?
All three of us were there. What was it, yesterday for that
Yeah.
meeting with Anubis?
Literally a day ago.
Yes. And you did mention that all three of us met him in your report, right?
I did, yeah.
Because I know I did in mine as well. Yeah.
You got
Something fishy's going on.
Yeah, I can tell you got that twitching between your whiskers.
Mm-hmm.
That's it's kind of, it's off cue. Usually you're on center with the twitches, like when you're sniffing, like they twitch together. But when you're thinking real hard and trying to get your brain around something, they anyway.
Okay, so here's what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Ket does not seem to recall yesterday.
I figured she was just excited about the fact that her not-so-grandpappy is now centered in the realm of our existence and deciding to take in on our turf.
It was a little deeper than that.
It's not the right way.
She seriously doesn't seem to recall yesterday.
Really?
And her mother's on the council,
Mm-hmm.
and so she should have the reports you and I gave.
Mm-hmm.
She seemed to indicate a similar belief as Ket. Would Anubis change their memories for any reason?
Oh, I could list thousands of reasons, but
That's an interesting direction. And not a far fetch.
yeah.
You know what? That's an interesting reason, and not a far fetch.
Because I'm thinking about it, and I mean, putting two and two together, it doesn't make sense that he would do it. But at the same time, maybe he decided he didn't want to tell her what he told her, and also decided to change. But actually, I know how to look a little bit further into this. I'm gonna look into some stuff. I will find you in the cafeteria, I think. I'll be right back. And Vinny's gonna take off running towards wherever other council members would likely be that he would know of.
Gonna, while he's saying all that, just kind of do the. And then he starts running off. I guess I'll be in the cafeteria. Head to the cafeteria.
Okay. Ket, are you just setting up a camp, little shrine there to worship your holy creator?
Just trying not to pee my pants. I'm being like a fangirl over here, like.
Can Vaughn and I just be two of her best friends who are just like fangirls?
Oh my goodness!
That's right. Oh my gosh!
So excited!
I need my Anubis t-shirt! Where's my Anubis t-shirt?
I got ready, babe!
Will you sign my boobs? Yeah,
I'm
just
so
I'm
sorry.
just gonna hang out. I'll join the squad with you guys. I'll make sure that nobody gets close since he doesn't want to see anybody yet.
Okay.
I think we broke the DM, sorry.
No, yeah, it's fine. About what I expected a little bit. Okay. Well, if you're gonna join the guards, you're not gonna get any studying in.
Too excited. Can't focus.
Yeah, exactly. Too excited, can't focus. Maybe now you kind of think you understand why your mother's so giddy, but
Yeah. Obviously, since we like worship the guy or whatever. Is it a family thing that we worship Anubis? Or actually I don't remember. Or is that just me because I like Egyptian stuff?
I'm gonna leave the kind up to you. Your mother, I mean, doesn't like openly pray, but definitely will never say anything mean and about Anubis, and always speaks so highly of him, and he's the savior of all creation, and
Flash. Whoa.
yeah,
Okay.
pretty much on the same level as you.
Okay. Sounds good.
I guess, Vinny, what are you doing?
So I'm gonna run off and try and find another council member and just confirm with them that they read Cook's and mine report and can confirm that they know all three of us that were there yesterday had met Anubis.
Okay, I mean, you can go to the council chambers.
Real quick, if I can interrupt. Does casting calling work in this? Because I'd love to find out, because I want to send Vinny a message as I'm walking to the cafeteria. Quick as a thought.
You haven't tried it yet.
I'll give it a shot.
What are you sending?
I'm sending him... Oh, hey. Ask for Cat's report, too.
You get that, Vinny.
Okay.
You don't
Nice.
feel like it got blocked or anything.
Cool.
I don't think. Did you guys write your reports? Because she didn't do that. She never does that. She's not that kind of military.
She's a spoiled brat.
She's a spoiled brat that gets away with breaking the codes. Good grief.
Yeah.
No, Vinny's very thorough in his reports, which is the opposite of Maximus. Maximus just put bare details in his.
Killed them. Thank you. No.
Necessities.
10 died.
Good report.
Good report. You get to the council chambers. The other council members are in there. It's small talk, questioning about why you're there. You ask about the reports of yesterday. They confirm what you expect. All three of you are there. You and Cook's reports reflect that. Kit Kat doesn't file reports ever, so nothing unusual there that they were expecting. What do I want? I want to roll. But what role do I want? What skills do you have?
I have many skills. I have computer hacking skills. I have nunchuck skills. I have.
Nunchuck.
You have anything in the way of intelligence gathering?
I might.
Dance move skills.
Research.
Yeah, I saw research. I don't think that's the one I was
Why?
looking for. So let me find the one I was looking for. Where is my... Did I put that in archive? I might have put that in archive. Why am I not seeing the whole skill list? Huh. What did I call it? Did I call it something different?
Syrinscape, everybody. Those wonderful sounds you hear in the
Syrinscape.
background is due to Syrinscape. You can use it at the table or online like we are right now. They can all hear the same things that I'm playing, pending the fact that they opened up the application.
Oh, did they close it?
No, what? Oh, no. Just sometimes you all forget to open up Syrinscape.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's weird.
Called out.
I cannot
Skills?
find... Oh, maybe it's because I'm looking in my directory and it's not going to be in my directory. It's going to be in your guys' directory because you had to... Yep, there it is. Yeah. So, I'm actually looking for intelligence. Espionage. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, give me a percentage roll.
Ooh. 37.
That will be good enough. They do say that it is a little, now that you mention it, a little weird that Sarifa
Sharita.
seems to be, whenever they bring it up, she seems to downplay that encounter like it was nothing. No importance to it. Which confuses them a little bit, but hey, whatever she wants to believe. Which is weird because she's one of the strongest supporters for Anubis, but she's downplaying yesterday for some reason. That's what you get.
All right. I will thank the council and let them know if I find anything remiss with what just popped into my mind. I'll let them know, but otherwise I don't think it's something we need to worry about.
They would like to know why he's here.
That is something we'd all like to know. So hopefully we find out in time.
In time? Now they're worried.
Yeah.
Beautiful
And
addition,
then-
thank you.
Vinny will excuse himself and go find Cook.
Okay. Go to the food watering hole, troughs, the cafeteria.
How long has it been?
Probably 30 minutes.
Okay. At this point, the plate's pushed away, and I'm just sitting there sipping some coffee while reading a book.
You hear a flump, a clash, and then a poof at the table. All right. So, we definitely gave a report that said all three of us met Anubis yesterday. And Ket never gives in reports. So,
Problematic.
privileged, I would say. There was also the comment by the council themselves that, because I chatted with a couple of them, that they found it odd that her mother has been downplaying yesterday's events. Like anytime it's come up, she's kind of brushed it aside, made it kind of been a not important thing, despite the fact that she is one of Anubis's strongest supporters. And like myself, the council would like to know why Anubis is here. But, I mean, that's just something we're going to have to find out in time.
Oh, also, you would have found out. As soon as the building appeared, she took charge without asking the council on the guarding of it and dispatched people and left for it immediately.
And I will relay that to
Yeah.
Cook as well. I'll let him know about that. I have a theory, Cook. I think maybe Anubis isn't actively being like, I don't want to talk to anyone. I think she's actively being like, he doesn't want to talk to anyone.
Vinny, I'm not gonna lie, I was looking forward to having a nice, just quiet afternoon of just sitting back and not doing a damn thing. Reading and studying.
It's that time again.
Damn it.
I mean,
I think you're
to
fine.
be honest, Cook, last night I was looking forward to a nice long and full thorough sleep without any interruptions. So
Good
we
point.
don't always get what we want.
Karma.
Ass.
Don't you just
Roll
love it?
for ass.
You know what, actually, that genuinely does deserve a badunch. Because we can do that. And here we go. There you go.
Gosh.
That was beautiful. Cook just grins. Alright, here's my idea.
Perception rolls from everybody.
Okay.
Right in the middle of that thought. Now
How'd you
this
do,
one's
Cat
more
Cat?
difficult. This one's way more difficult.
31.
31. Okay.
25.
25. Okay. Aaron Kit Kat.
24.
Actually,
Oh.
24. Kit Kat, you get it just because you're close. It's almost imperceivable, but there is a slight vibration in the dimension.
Oh,
But it wasn't anything violent. It was just barely perceivable.
okay.
I stopped right after what I was saying to Vinny. Did you feel that?
Yeah.
Alright, let's walk and talk.
Okay.
Get up at the book away and just walking. Alright, so here's the idea. Okay, you be invisible. Don't know if they're gonna be able to see it all. But you go for that entrance. I'll walk up visible and hopefully they'll pay all the attention to me. I might do something about that. But if they stop you, that does mean that she's trying to stop people from talking to Anubis.
I have a slightly better idea.
Alright.
Only slightly, because I don't fully trust being invisible and actually getting away with that.
That's fair.
We've had way too much influence on the council to be able to think that they wouldn't be actively looking for someone invisible.
This is true.
I think we should go and say, because technically, and Vinny's gonna lift the necklace with the amulet, and he's like, technically, we can rightfully say we are avatars of Anubis
Oh.
of a sort. I'm just gonna go and say, hey, look, I have a right to be here and talk with Anubis, and I do actually have information I need to convey with him. So I'm gonna go talk to him. And I'm going to more or less wait to see if Anubis steps in with that kind of talk. Because I do actually think she's the one keeping people from seeing him, not him.
Alright. Let's go with that.
And then if that doesn't work, we should definitely try a much more direct route like what you were suggesting. Cause,
Oh, if that doesn't work, I'll just start, keep trying to make my way around the left side. You just take the right side. She can't keep an eye on both of us at the same time, right? Especially when you being in two different places. That's just three different people.
She does have a whole unit guarding.
There, so.
I know.
Jeez. Can you roll
In
overkill?
fact, it is overkill. Kit Kat doesn't think of that though. Sorry.
It's massive overkill.
She's
Massive overkill.
Oh, this makes sense. Yep. I totally.
think-
Yeah.
You got the lead,
Vinny and the
Vinny.
council are in agreement. This is a little weird.
You got the lead, Vinny. You've done the research. You've done the things. This is your mission. I'm just here
Right.
to follow.
We are going to go back there then.
Perfect.
And Vinny is going to directly approach Kit-Kit's mum. Not going to say anything about the kind of brushing off of having met Anubis yesterday. But I am going to approach her directly and say, hey, so certain positions grant us certain things, and that's that. But in this case, and I'm going to show her the amulet, and I'm going to say, as an somewhat avatar of Anubis, I do have some things I need to convey with him. And I don't believe he'd want to keep me specifically out if I've got something I need to convey with him. So I'm going to go in there. And then I'm going to attempt to walk past her.
In that case, I have just as much right as you.
She stops you. And she goes, look, guys, I understand everything, but, you know, he is a god, and when he says he doesn't want to be disturbed, that kind of supersedes everything. So why don't we just wait until he has accomplished, he's doing something, in case you haven't felt it, he's doing something in there. Let's wait until whatever he needs to get done is done and is available, and go from there.
Hey, Vinny. You remember those last tremors we were feeling just yesterday? Those big womps
Those
of
are
things?
way more violent, but yes.
The big, way more violent things. Who was causing those again? I can't remember. Can you clarify my memory for me?
I think we're under the assumption it was Anubis.
Assumption? No. I don't think it was an assumption. I think it was looking directly at Kekat's mother. A solid fact that it was him who was destroying the realm without even realizing it. So we can definitely understand and appreciate and trust what he's doing, considering the fact that it's got the same effects.
For now, you can't go in.
I'm gonna start moving towards the left, looking at the tower and be like, "Hey, big guy, you're being annoying again." Or whoever your great granddaughter. No, that's right. You're not actually related to him. Whoever this person is being a little obnoxious. You mind explaining a few things?
Roll me
gonna-
percentage.
Continue moving left, and hope a few things happen.
Vinny, his Morphous form, which is the one that's been doing the conversing while here, is going to more or less step back and look like it's thinking. But his facade form is casting invisibility on itself and moving to the right. Because Cook went to the left, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he's moving to the right.
Quick
And
question here, Vinny.
Yeah.
There's nothing but planes around us.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's in sight, the guards also guarding the tower would see him cast invisibility on himself and then suddenly disappear.
Uh-huh. I said I was going to the left, casting invisibility on myself and going to the left. I want to see how they react.
Okay. Alright, yeah, sure, I see what buttons you're pressing. I rolled a 39.
Not good enough.
No, yeah.
Kit Kat, are you doing anything? Are you...
I'm clocking the one that my mom is not.
We can't hear you.
I can hear her.
I can hear her.
I couldn't. Ooh.
Oh.
Can you hear me
See-
now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay,
Now I
that
can.
was weird. I'm clocking
Yeah.
the one that my mom is not talking to. So I guess that'd be Vinny?
Yeah.
Well, your mom was talking to Vinny as well, so
Yeah.
both.
Most recently.
Most recently she's
recently.
talking to Vinny, so you might be looking at Cook then.
Okay.
And he just yelled out and no response, but he's walking right. I need saves from you both.
Oh no.
And it's gonna be... Why don't we give me your save versus magic? That will be the closest thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a D20, right?
It's a D20 plus your save versus magic bonus,
This is so hard.
which is definitely
It's
massive for
high.
both of you. Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, where is my save versus magic?
Versus
Magic.
magic. Okay.
Why
Okay.
don't I think Vinny, your save versus magic is correct?
Yeah, it's not that high. Which one is making the save, though, is the question.
Both of you,
'Cause
You,
Well, I mean-
all of you.
actively right now, I
All
am
of you.
in my facade, so technically my save would be +1.
Okay.
Because my
Sure,
Morphous
yeah.
has gone into the kind of sub mode.
Both your forms need to make the save, but
Oh, okay.
Oh shit, both of
well,
them do.
so for my facade, I rolled an 18, with the +1 being 19.
Nice.
For my Morphous was much worse. I rolled an 8 for +4, making it 12.
okay.
Well, your facade rolled better than me. I rolled a natural 1 for a total of 17.
dear.
Aww.
Oh, wow.
I have
Your
a plus
magic is
16.
Way good.
I have a plus
Okay.
16. So
That's why I don't think your save versus magic, Vinny, is right, but we should look at that later.
that
We'll have to
that
look at
kind of
that
does
later,
strike
yeah.
me as plus
What's
4
your
only.
PE?
No, that is wrong. It's 11, not 4.
So your PE is 37 in facade or in Morphous.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah, it
that's
should
a
be a
hell
lot
of a
higher.
that's a lot
It's-
higher.
I've got the
it's
charts up.
4
11.
in facade and 11 in Morphous. So that was
There
wrong.
we go.
So I rolled a 22 for my facade and a 19 for my Morphous.
Both of you did better than me. And I have a much higher bonus. Both of you did better than me. The odds. Oh.
So, Cat Cat,
Yes?
you see
Cook explode.
your mother go, boys, just go back to your rooms and study, and we'll figure this out later. And they proceed to start walking away,
That's right, Mom.
Including
You
invisible.
tell those boys.
including invisible.
Perfect.
I hate your
Damn it.
mother so much.
I would think that because this would be something that just kind of makes him go back to go studying, he would actually, Vinny would merge and become one again.
Okay.
Office.
So, how
Neither
Back-
of you know what's going on yet.
No,
back
no,
to rooms?
Just going back to go. Well, I mean, that's where I was studying, so yeah, that's where Vinny would go.
Yeah, you're going back to your rooms, but you are not consciously aware of this.
Okay.
Oh.
So, real quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Because Cook doesn't study in his room. He studies by that tree he's been going to.
Okay, but
Every
you
time.
are going back to your room, but
Okay. That's
nothing
a
is
clarification.
registering. Yeah.
Thank you.
You are following her orders. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. I hate your mother.
I really want you guys to go talk to Anubis, but this is great.
I adore her mother. This is great.
Damn it.
You are playing against a god. But anyway,
And we don't even know it.
hates gods.
We have no idea.
No one knows that one yet. But anyway,
However, as soon as I do more or less come back to my senses, is there any kind of intelligence check that I could make that would make me think along that line? Because this is a bit beyond what normal folk or normal Nightbane do that Vinny's coming across right now.
okay. So, unless Kit Kat's doing anything in particular, which I doubt, she's going to go along with that.
Yeah. Just chalks it up to Mom being very convincing, like she always is.
Here's the thing. Your mom's very convincing. You both are in your room. You think you should go get lunch?
Oh.
Oh,
Yes.
I don't remember the last hour, do I?
No. Neither
Okay.
of you do not even remember the last hour.
I go outside and perception roll. I take it.
I'm heading towards the cafeteria.
Oh, it's about that time. Yeah, I think we should go get some lunch. Yeah.
What is that building?
Exactly.
Alright,
Oh,
I'm gonna go
no.
approach that
Look at
mysterious
this
building.
huge building.
That's caught my interest. And I don't feel that hungry, so
Yes, you don't
I'll
feel
just
hungry,
I'll
but
skip lunch.
I'm hungry.
Vinny's hungry.
Okay, you know, I'm too hungry. I'm gonna go get lunch first, and then I'm gonna go investigate the building. I also have to pee as a player, so I'll be right
Okay.
back.
Okay. Vinny's gonna go get lunch. Cook, you gonna go investigate this
I'm
building?
gonna go check out the building.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Now you're gonna see where her limitation is, where it's biting her every time she does this.
I
But Vinny,
will-
your cook, you walk up like, wow, this is a weird building. You see guards around it. You see Sarifa leading it, and you see Kit Kat being part of the guard detail.
Same exact approach as last time. I ignore everyone, stare at the building, and head straight for the entrance.
Cook, my mom told you to go to your room. What's going on?
What?
It's been about an hour, but yes.
Are you done studying? Why are you back?
KK, I haven't seen your mother all day. I've been
Okay.
studying in my room, came out for lunch, saw this gigantic building, and figured I'd take a look for it. And then I see all you
Well,
all
you've seen it, so be on your way. Nobody's visiting today.
and I continue towards the entrance.
Get in your way. We told you to leave.
Okay, no, first off, nobody's visiting today implies that someone's in there. Second off, we're part of the Night Blackguard here, alright? We need to know
That
what's
doesn't
going on
matter.
if what's happening. Then who the hell's in there?
You know who's in there.
No, I don't. This building came up overnight and I've been in my room all day.
Well, then who do you think's in there?
Some jackass.
You, yeah.
Alright. Start back in field 1. First off, how did you figure out this was here?
I came out and looked at it.
Alright,
It's
great.
huge.
And then you decided to join this parade of individuals who I'm not entirely sure are guarding people from coming to it or guarding people from what's inside it. Are you guarding people from what's inside it?
No.
Well,
not
then what's the
guarding
problem with me
people
going in?
from my
And I had so-
grandfather.
like taking a step towards her left and moving around the left side of her, I stop and... Your grandpappy's in here?
Yeah.
Well, fuck that
As
shit.
per
I turn around and leave.
our conversation. What just happened?
I turned around and left. I didn't even I stopped the whole conversation and was like, never mind, don't care anymore. Your grandpappy's in there. Don't give a damn.
Nope. Oh my god, he's gone crazy.
While
What is
walking
that
away,
like?
flip off the building and be like, I hate you.
Roll
I hate you
percentage.
too, asshole.
Roll percentage. Okay. 67.
No.
Okay.
This is gonna be funny. No one's ever gonna get in this building. Because they're gonna argue amongst each other every time.
Same
Oh
response.
my gosh.
I will head to the cafeteria after that. Thinking a
Okay.
cup of coffee would be nice. Even though I think I've had 4 today, and Cook doesn't know it anymore because 2 of them were during his last lunchtime.
You're gonna have the jitters today.
Uh-huh. He's not gonna sleep. Thanks, Mama Keke.
I'm gonna go up to my mom.
You're the worst.
Do we have a psychiatrist, like, on base? I think
anymore,
he needs to
Dad.
see a doctor. Is he crazy?
Oh, he
Yeah.
just doesn't like Canubis.
That's very apparent. Yeah.
Maybe. And he's had a few episodes. So he may not
Love
be
is the
all there.
worst.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I hate
He's
her mother
weird.
so much.
You rolled her, man.
I did. I did. I
Your
did
fault.
roll her. This is entirely my fault.
So, Vinny, you've had lunch.
I will go investigate the tower now.
Well, before you leave, you're gonna see Cook come in.
Oh, I'll see Cook. Hey, did you see that tower?
I sure did. Yeah, it turns out it's the new abode of Anubis. Dickwad.
Really? Oh, interesting. Should I be concerned about it?
I don't know. You do what you want to do, boo. I'm not really that hungry. I feel like I've already eaten a feast. Where is everybody? It's lunchtime, isn't it?
Did you just call me Boo?
He's truly gone bust.
I did. That's not good, now is it? That means
So,
I'm-
you notice the clock, and it says 2 o'clock.
all right, more on that later, Vinny.
Did I
That
sleep
clock says
in?
2.
Did you? Do. You know what? I'm gonna go talk to Ket. I'll be right back.
This is gonna
Or
be
I
an
won't
insanity
be right
check
back,
for
I'll be-
sure.
I'm gonna do some
my room.
studies.
Vinny is going to go to Ket's room and knock on her door.
I'm. Yeah.
Obviously, she's not there, but
Yeah, nobody's there.
Oh, wait.
Hmm.
Did you say you're gonna go see Cat while you're leaving the cafeteria?
Yeah, he did.
Hang on. Never mind.
I will then start asking around if people have seen Ket.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, wow. Somebody did notice. Yeah, they say she's
Why
at
would
the
they?
tower. The last
Oh.
hour heading to the tower.
Well, I guess I'm going to go investigate the tower anyway.
Okay. Round 3, ding ding.
I'm just gonna waltz up like it's
First time you've been there,
okay.
yeah.
First time I've ever been there. I've never actually seen the tower. Noticed the guards, but this time I'm not going to be too concerned about it because Cook already told me what it's there, what it is, and I didn't have that earlier conversation that I had. So I will look for Coquette.
You see her guarding. You see Vinny now coming up to you.
My 3
Vinny?
tails, everything. Hey, Has time been a little weird for you today?
Oh, in a way, yes, because I'm really excited, but
Yeah.
who's counting? Why?
Oh, okay. Why are you excited?
Because my grandfather's here.
Okay. Right. I mean, yes, Anubis is here.
How's studying going?
So, folks, we're going to call this Groundhog Day. This episode.
I was literally just typing out a message saying, I'm going to call this episode Groundhog's Day.
Well, it was going pretty good, but now it just feels weird. I feel like I've lost about an hour of time.
It's the nerves. It's okay. He tends to have that effect on people.
I think I'm gonna go take a long hot bath. I will see you later, Coquette.
Ooh, that sounds really good. I might do that later too.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Vinny is then going to head off
So once
to
more they do it
wherever
together.
long hot baths are had. And he's going to take a long hot bath. Try to relax because he's a little confused now.
Poor Vinny.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. Well, boom, boom, boom. Vinny's gonna go take a bath. I'll cover him for about an hour. Kit Kat's still gonna be on guard duty.
Mm-hmm.
Doing small talk with your mom.
Yeah.
Finally,
Just
a
so
chance
excited.
to probably meet him.
And then you're Grandpappy now?
Wonder what he's up
Uh-huh.
to doing now. So weird that
Yeah,
he chose here. to-
What? Well, I mean, we're the only Nightbane collective left, so I guess it makes sense, kind of.
Or does
Not
she not
really.
even remember that?
No?
Oh no, she remembers that. It's just he's never had any interest in the Nightbane before.
Oh. Oh,
Technically.
Why is he interested now, do you think?
Cook.
I'm heading to the magic shop.
Okay.
I am, after that conversation with Vinny, finishing my coffee and heading to the magic shop.
It hasn't been enough time for your scrolls.
I know.
Okay.
I presume I know.
You know? Okay, I'm just making certain that you
Yeah.
remembered. That only happened, what?
Not even
Hey.
24 hours ago.
Yeah, not even 24 hours ago. A day, as far as you remember. I could say 21 days ago. No.
Oh dear. That sounds a little bit of bitterness.
No. I don't understand a 21-day time bomb, but hey. I would have said it for at least 4 hours.
Your
But
D6s,
they don't.
or your D4s you rolled.
I know. You added them up. So, you go to the magic shop. You pour it in.
Kimberly?
Give me a percentage roll.
Oh dear. 23.
Okay. You pour it in.
Old books. Nice. Kimberly, you in?
She's behind the counter reading a book.
Ah,
First thing she says, they're not ready yet.
I didn't think they would. Well, yeah, I didn't think they would be. Hey, you got any idea of what might cause someone to lose a little time?
You got drunk?
No, that's not it.
You passed out?
That's not it either. All right, let me explain a little bit here, okay? All right. So when I'm back in my place, the nice little sub-realm of sorts. A little important information. Sub-realm. This happens in the sub-realm. Keep that in mind. I do my studies away from people because people make me angry these days. Especially the people I've been working with. They're very frustrating. So I go to places where they don't bother me. Been doing it for a few days now. I remember starting my day this morning under my tree, reading a book. Studying. The next thing I know is I'm hearing the bell going off, I'm in my room, and I'm studying my book. And I figured out, well, hey, it's just lunchtime. Literally like, oh, what's the best way of putting this? Like you're watching a film, and it suddenly cuts to a completely different film. But everything feels fine, seems fine.
Are you looking for a magical explanation?
That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
I mean, there are quite a few effects that could do it. You could have been charmed, commanded, held. There's a number of different magical ways you could probably hold a person or command them or charm them and make them forget about an hour.
Sir. They all come across the same pretense, though.
What do you mean?
Like, same kind of spells.
The same.
Essentially, if something happened to someone like this, what would it take to undo that?
You would need to find probably a very high level flesh sculpture. Because they can manipulate the mind. So they could probably read it and see if anything's been manipulated.
Alright. Flesh sculpting. Came across a lot of those spells. I'm not entirely familiar with all of them, though.
Yeah, there's a strange spell out there called Somebody Makes Them. Basically allows the magic user to rewrite the mind. However they feel like.
You know what? That would have come in handy 2 days ago.
Okay.
Could've
It's rare. Dangerous. Ethically questionable.
Oh, entirely ethically questionable.
You haven't run into any new mages that were questionable.
Huh? Oh, nah. Well, I mean, Anubis, but he's always been questionable. Came across him again, but that was yesterday.
Oh.
Not sure about today.
That's good. That's good. Because, I mean, there is another branch of magic that could do something like that, but that's illegal.
Oh, you talking about time magic?
Chrono magic, yeah. They could lapse time, but there hasn't been a chrono mage alive for centuries.
As far as we know, chrono mages could easily disguise their tracks. Either way, if we see a chrono mage, first thing I'm going to try to do is get out of their way and find some people to kill it. Because I'm not strong enough to kill it myself. I have no faith in my own abilities.
It makes it really hard when they can manipulate time.
Yeah, it does.
Or do manipulate time. But that's the extreme case.
That is, yeah. Probably the flesh sculpting. to begin with. Although that is a bit of a bad thing.
I mean, there are lots of spells out there that are in that branch that are ethically questionable, removing bones, removing skin, all sorts of things. Some people even use them for torture.
I don't know what you're talking about. I bet I could definitely see that they were used that
You're
way.
going to need to roll for that.
For-
Because you're in a zone of truth.
I sure am.
But your save versus magic's incredibly high.
Yeah. Oh. 33.
Okay, you can get away with it.
Well,
But you felt it. You felt it and then remembered, oh yeah, she's got that truth thing going on here.
stinking room. Well, I think you've given me some stuff to think about. Thank you, Kimberly. I had to ask about that because it just doesn't seem right. A few things off about that. I'm not the only one, too. Might do some asking around.
I mean, you may not wish to hear this, but if you have access to Anubis, I'm sure he could figure it out.
Oh, he easily could. Some bitches on the top of the food chain these days. Nah, he could figure it out in a heartbeat. The problem is people are protecting him. So if you can get me away to get past those people, and by protecting, I mean cutting folks off from talking to them.
She looks at you really strange. You're the one that can teleport.
No shit. I'm gonna open up a portal to right in front of the door. And as soon as I get in the front of the door's open, I will turn around and open the door and enter the tower.
I was wondering how long we were going to go before one of you figured that out. Finally, you gave me a reason to tell you.
For as intelligent as Vinny is, that never crossed his mind.
And we didn't have anybody at the door.
No, you guys were a good distance away. You got a perimeter established. And you're all watching outwards.
Not inwards.
So we didn't even notice.
Except for Mommy noticed.
Uh-oh. You better get in there quick.
But
Go,
she
go, go!
can't stop you fast enough.
Why is
You're in
there
the building.
police cars?
Oh. I'm in the building.
Beautiful. White. Almost crystallish.
So
It
dark.
reminds you of the special room that we're on the sanctuary bases. Probably made out of pure magic essence. The little possible techno magic circuitry running through the walls. Very open though. There are no floors, no rooms. It is just a single wall building, ground to ceiling. Though you do notice. Should I? Yes. Save versus insanity, please, Cook.
Ah, shit.
Oh boy.
Just D20 roll, right? This is...
Yep. Plus any insanity modifier you have. This is an easy roll because you're starting to get used to this, but
One should hope. Well, I rolled a natural 18, so 25.
okay. You definitely saved. It kind of threw you for a second. In the center of the building, you identify that there is a ritual going on. being cast by 7 Anubis.
Wow.
I've seen
He
you
can-
do worse.
He can do his own multiple rituals, multiple person rituals.
You mind sending Nath down?
Another one appears beside you.
Well, that was quick.
What do you need?
You don't deal in chrono magic, do you?
Chrono magic. That's a touchy subject. I
It
know
is.
it, but I avoid it like the plague. I have fought against a chrono mage. Was not a pleasant thing.
I wanted to hear you say that. It's questionable. Hey, just real quick thought. Vinny and I both went to lunch at 2. That means nothing without context, does it? Right. We both went to lunch at 2. Thought it was 12. I've been sunning under a tree, but went to lunch, leaving my quarters. Now, I went to talk to a friend of mine who deals in magic stuff, and they said there's 2 things that could do this: is flesh sculpting, which makes sense to me, and chrono magic, which makes sense to me. Something you said to me a while back struck my brain at that point when I asked if you had created the bracelets. You said not yet, which made me think maybe you deal with some chrono magic. That's why I came in and asking you that immediately right off the gate.
Understandable. Well, at this point in time, I have not used chrono magic, but I do recognize the sanctuaries of being my creation. Or were of my
Nice.
creation. So hard to say how that occurs. If it was through chrono magic or some other type of dimensional displacement. Lots of things are possible.
Anyway, you mess with my brain?
Not yet. Should I?
Well, I don't think so. Someone did.
That's also very bad. Messing with the free will of a sentient being is not looked upon as being good. But if you wish, I could look. If you ask nicely.
Oh, dear Lord of mine, please look into my brain and discover the problems of what is going on.
Didn't say it had to be a prayer. It just said ask nicely.
If you don't mind.
If you don't mind. You must ask permission, of course.
I absolutely do mind. However, the only problem is here, the only person here stronger in magic inside this current plane is you. So you are the one I have to ask.
He casts. He's casting. You see those magical white streams of pure mana reach out and touch your brain.
Reach out and touch brain.
Ding, 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 ding. And he's like, Oh. Oh, jeez. Yep. Your mind's been played with.
Son
And he
of a
snaps his
bitch.
finger. And Kit Kat and Vinny and Sarif are there. You guys, wherever you were,
Not my fault.
you're
I
there.
do this.
I'm naked.
I feel like I need to roll a save.
You were in the bath.
Paint. Oh my gosh! Wait, you're always naked.
No, I'm literally in facade, naked, without even the. Well, it's more absorbed in me. I guess I could just make it
Yeah,
naked
and
anymore.
say you're both there. You are as one right now, and you, for some reason, feel like you don't have the ability to separate at the moment.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, I would have been in as one taking a bath in my facade form, not my Morphous form.
You quickly change to Morphous. Hey, Kit Kat, you're standing in front of Anubis.
Do I need to roll to see if I faint?
You can, if you
Or-
feel that's appropriate.
Yeah, because, you know, first time meeting Anubis.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Exactly. I
only,
rolled an
but-
18.
You don't faint.
Oh my god. Just a little bit of pee.
It's the second time.
Perception rolls from everybody.
Nice.
23.
Been rolling a lot of 16s. I got a 31 again.
Oh. 19.
19. Now I need pack rolls from everybody. Tell me how much you make it by.
Okay.
And Kit Kat, you can use your percentage.
I roll the meaning of life.
Yay, 42.
Yeah. So,
So,
147. That's 145. That's how much I made it by.
nice.
I made mine by 39.
39,
You rolled
no.
high.
Yeah, I rolled an 85 on my percentile die.
Jeez.
Kit Kat?
I rolled a 27.
Ooh.
So my pack skill is 65, right?
Yeah, so
Yes.
38.
Yeah.
Also, Cook is the only one that's high enough.
Hey, Jay's back.
So, so everybody saw Sarif turn away from Anubis and take a step towards the door. Cook, you know, she tried to leave by porting
Oh. Oh.
and
Oh
was denied.
shit.
She's not a magic user.
Huh?
You know she's not a magic user, but she just tried to port.
Oh, that's right.
You two didn't see it. Only Cook saw that.
Yeah, I forgot that she wasn't a magic user.
Third thing, all three of you now have full memories of everything and the knowledge that it was taken.
I'm
Oh,
going to stare directly at her and wait.
I'm going to stop looking for a moment, realize that I'm remembering everything. Go,
And you just cut out.
Yeah, you totally just cut out. Right?
ah. Essentially, I'm looking at Cat's mother and saying, fucking bitch.
And the Anubis goes, okay, what game are you playing, Aphrodite? Why are you playing with these? I
After
can
what?
understand her.
Afro what?
You're even surprised by this?
Mom? What the hell is going on?
She goes, it's my fantasy, let me live it. You walked away. And he goes, free will. You don't fuck with free will. You want to be in their plane, pretending to be them. You don't fuck with free will.
I'm remembering some things now.
And she goes, remember when you didn't know anything?
When
When
I
you were
didn't-
just starting out? She's talking, they're ignoring you guys.
Oh, okay.
This is a discussion amongst the adults.
Mommy and
Pulled
Daddy are
out a
talking.
bag of jelly babies, and I'm now offering it to Cat and Vinny as I'm just
Just like, stop.
watching.
It's like, well, I at least evolved. You're still the same succubus you've always been.
That's why Cat is the way she is.
She goes, fine. I'll stop playing with them. He goes, you will leave them. They've got to figure out their own path through this. Don't need your fantasies fucking them up. You shouldn't even have created her. But you had to have a child. She goes, will you let me leave? And he goes, goodbye. And she leaves.
What? Where'd she go?
Back to her home plane.
Which is where?
Olympus?
That's one word for it, sure. A plane of the Greek gods. So, she's been keeping you in the dark. She was Aphrodite. She was playing as a Nightbane because one time she fell in love with me and I turned her away, and she made you to be the fantasy love child that we would have had if we would have ever had children. But she's psycho.
What? No, she's my mom.
Who's been lying to you your whole life.
Oh, no.
I feel a
I'm
little
reading.
bad here.
Oh
I
my.
just took someone's real good day and turned it into an absolute shit day.
You seem to be doing that a lot.
I'm just gonna
Thanks.
leave if that's alright with you. You have a lot of little catching up to do with this fantasy love child of yours. I'm just gonna.
Not mine.
Well, you just banished
Aphrodite's.
her mother. Your responsibility now. I mean, the child's been dumped on your
She's old
doorstep.
enough. She's old enough to be your own.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you do that, the thing of responsibility lies on me, and I don't want that to happen. Because, I mean, I don't have kids for a reason. I hate them. I mean, I love them.
You
I
are
love
not
kids.
going to be my new daddy. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying daddy. I'm saying the person responsible for treating you and making sure you're psychologically there is, oh, actually, never mind. This is probably a good thing. If her mama was crazy, then, yeah. Well, actually, Maximus liked to call me crazy all the time.
Oh,
Vinny,
gosh.
you're responsible for her psychology.
I can be responsible for myself.
That's debatable.
It's not worth arguing with him about. It's just going to get more maddening.
And you also see that there's a ritual going on in the center of this building with 7 other Anubises.
There's something going on here, I think.
So, if I'm created by her, then what am I?
Fake.
And you're Keke.
You're a Kit Kat. You are Nightbane.
So she created a Nightbane?
Yes.
Aphrodite is the ancient Greek goddess of love, amongst other things. So technically, God.
Yes. People call her a god.
People call you a god? I
Yes.
called you a god.
I don't.
Yeah, Cook doesn't call anybody a god.
Nope.
It just means it can do a lot more.
Yep.
Suppose that's
Same
true.
with her.
Why was she so obsessed with Egyptian.
Me.
Yes, you.
She fell in love with me. She didn't want us to separate. She wanted to be by my side forever. All that stuff. I outgrew her.
That's a little heartbreaking, but I get it.
She didn't take it well. Cook, you don't see any doors.
Oh no.
Is there a door in this damn place?
Can she come back if she wants, or is she stuck now back? I guess she's a god, so she can do what she wants, including make me, which is weird. This is a lot.
But you remember the rest of the conversation from previously, do you know they're not related? But anyway, it depends on how you want to look at that. You're technically not related, but you are kind of related. You're the fantasy relation.
Yeah, I know. So if I was created to be
by a god,
as kids, am I actually then?
In a sense, yes.
Did you know about me?
No. That's
So
what I
when did
mentioned
you?
Yesterday.
You literally knew about me yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow. So she was hiding me from you on purpose.
Yes.
While hyping you up, she never said anything bad about you. She never said.
Not.
What do you mean, of course not? You ditched her! Or sent her away.
The realms and minds of gods are slightly different, and hers is very different. Until she stops being in love with me, it's the way she's gonna be. I couldn't say she's out there right now making another child.
Well, I mean, that's okay, but a little hurtful. You don't think she'd abandon me, do you?
Possible.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
You may never see her again, or you may. I mean, you're on the path of magic. You may become an equivalent of her.
Can I do that since she created me?
Sure. The way she created you, yes. You're a sentient being. She didn't create you as a magical being. She created you biologically through sheer will, but yes. She follows.
You're not an illusion.
You're not an illusion. You're a real being. Just don't have a mother and father.
Huh. Well.
Immaculate conception.
Orphan before birth. Orphan before conception.
Yeah. It's really... gods do what gods do. Or beings of this power level do what beings of this power level do. I've never made people, but... It's not
I've heard
beyond
of
me.
stories.
Say it's not beyond me either.
Have you made your own children? Or
No.
people?
Have
Back
not.
to the group after no doors being found. I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure I haven't made anybody either. Though, could be mistaken.
14 of them so far, but
You have 14 kids?
I have 14 kids.
in different realities.
What?
As he chokes to death on a gummy bear. No. What?
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 Someday you'll know if you get high enough in the magic. There are lots of dimensions out there.
That's not terrifying at all.
But I don't know why, but I do apologize for her treatment of you, even though I didn't know about it. She was playing her games. I don't keep track of them, of all the gods.
It's really not your position for that anyway, Anubis. She made her choice. You just solved it, so thank you.
You will be one less council member now. Oh well.
I think the council will be better off without her.
I think we're dealing with the consequences of things that you've progressed through time as it's gone by. I mean, we just had to deal with your ex.
Yes.
Oh,
Which
then again, your ex did produce a unique thing.
Thing? Oh, now she's a thing.
Hey, you ain't got no mommy or pappy.
Cook.
What?
Just shakes her head at you.
So is Vinny.
Not the time.
But
I think I need to read the situation a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, right. Oh.
you feel a tremor again? All
What's
of you? You're at the source, but so it's impossible.
what's going on right now? Why are you here?
I'm trying to save Gaia.
After killing her?
I didn't kill her.
Well, there's nothing wrong with Gaia. Till you came along and did whatever you did. So if there's something wrong with Gaia
Harder
now,
to do.
it's your fault.
Anyway, neither here nor there. As you asked, I am trying to save her. Prevent her from dying, since you asked. Did I not kill her in my endeavors?
Ah. See? There we go. Just confirm what I said. But, you know, it's fine.
But I didn't kill her yet.
Oh. Never said you did kill her. I did actually. I did say you did kill her. But considering the
Do you
context...
have more mental problems here?
Considering the context, I think that's a given that it wasn't entirely killer.
And you're no longer afraid of heights, Cook.
Well, I've never been
Are
afraid
you
of
afraid
heights.
of heights?
No, I'm not.
You were. It was a recent neurosis. I don't know what gave it to you.
Mother. I hate those things. They are so damn annoying.
And you like to collect them and dish them out. But
Apparently. So I'm no longer afraid of heights.
correct.
Well, there's a fear I never knew I had.
I can put it back.
Oh, please don't.
I can put them both back.
Oh, please definitely don't.
Okay then.
No. I said don't.
I said okay. I won't.
I just don't believe
But
you.
it's
You know, so
it's not because I don't do anything for you ever or anything, you know.
You were the cheapest benevolent god.
Cheapest? Such an interesting perspective, Cook.
Why am I the one talking? It should be one of
Yeah,
you two
why
that
are
actually
you the
respects
one
this person.
talking? My goodness, if we want anything from this person, then we probably need to be a little bit more eloquent.
You're not so grandpappy?
Yes. My not so grandpappy.
You make
My
believe
more
dad.
accurately dad.
Make believe dad.
I have a report I need to go write, so I will talk to you guys later. Vinny is going to attempt to use the teleportation bracelet to teleport back to outside the tower.
You leave.
he is then going to go to the council chamber and write out a full report of what he has learned concerning the lady that was gallivanting around as Coquette's mother and as a council member, so that the rest of the council has full understanding as to what just went down.
After I see him leave with the bracelet, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, yeah, no, that's a good idea. Never thought about that.
Again.
Alright, you catch up with your not-so-dad. You... Good luck. I'm gonna port and do the same thing.
Okay. You leave.
Gosh. How did she convince them? Oh, she probably just convinced them with her mind that she was a Nightbane and a general.
She's also patient. She has been on this plane for 400 years, pretending to be a Nightbane.
Oh, yeah. It was my understanding, at least, that she was Nightbane and had been alive for 400 years, which was confusing from the reports that I heard from other people, but, you know, didn't really question my mom that much, and now I'm wondering if she made it so that I didn't question her.
The only mental manipulation I saw was the recent ones.
Well, that's good.
As
at
far
least.
as active mental manipulation. When you raise a child to believe one thing one way, you know, is that a mental manipulation in and of itself or not? Who knows?
Just like a nurturing of, you always believe mommy.
Yeah.
Mother knows best.
Yeah.
Oh my
exactly.
gosh! He's Mother Gothel! Ah. Well, how long are you going to be here?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I'm not actually here.
Okay. But if
Some
we...
of me is. And I might
If we-
leave somebody here.
I was gonna say, if we need to talk to you, how do we get a hold of you?
Come here.
Come here. Will there be a door so we can get in, or can I just port here?
You'll have to pour it in. I'm not putting the door back.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't need everybody coming in.
Alright, well. Thanks, I guess.
Sure. Sorry,
I am...
but it had to be corrected.
Yeah, I guess. Except for now I don't have a mom. I already didn't have a dad. I'm gonna go hug my dog. Thanks, by the way. Yeah, port out.
It's probably about that time, actually, where Cook ports back.
Okay. Out and back.
Well, hang on. What do you mean, pretending to be Nightbane?
Aphrodite?
Is she not Nightbane?
No.
Then what is she?
A god?
There's no such things as gods. What is she?
A being?
So completely different alien race, nothing compared to Nightbane or humans, or the things in the Nightlands.
A humanoid being from a different dimension.
So how did you meet her? Am I still there?
No, you're not there. Sorry.
Oh, damn it.
So I can't answer that, but anyway. Remember how old Anubis is as well. At one time, the Greek gods did walk Earth,
Yeah.
and she saw
She
Anubis.
is like Wonder Woman.
Wild. Absolutely wild. And I port back to my desk where I was writing the report and have a Anubis reported that she was not Night, and the pencil was dropped as I poured it away, realizing what he said.
Okay. Well, that was a fun time. It didn't get repeated as many times as I thought, maybe.
Still calling it a Groundhog's Day.
Yeah.
A lot of repeats there.
It's not the most sane Greek god. We'll just put it that way. She liked her love and totally committed
Not
to
gonna
it.
lie. As a player, I feel like the way you just portrayed everything about Aphrodite was perfect.
Thank you.
It was good. Is good.
Yeah.
Woof, that's rough
The
for
Greek
poor
gods
Cat
My
Cat.
favorite gods.
Yeah, I've had a lot of dealing with them, and they just crazy people. Anyway,
Woof.
but okay, you're back in your rooms. You're not going to get much more study time today. In fact, you're not going to get any more study time today, even if you try. Your mind's just going. Blah, 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 blah.
I thought it was bad last week. Damn.
Just got worse. Your mama's crazy. Your mama's so crazy, she had to port away from her ex.
Oh, Mama.
Mama,
Mama,
just
mama,
saw you
mama,
port.
Mommy. Mommy.
mommy,
Mommy, mama, mama, mommy, mom, mama.
Ma.
What?
Needless to say, she's going to be done with this Earth for about a century.
Aw.
So you might see her again.
Oof.
You're welcome for scaring away your mom.
Oh. Ooh, and all of our money.
Oops.
Fuck. What did I do? What did I do? Cook just wakes up at 2 a.m. Shit. All our money just left.
How,
Okay,
was she
you
just
got
like
any trust
creating
funds?
money? Yeah, oh yeah, sure.
No.
Here's the money.
No, it's the same deal as the Eternals. They were there at the beginning. They created artifacts that they then kept and sold for billions and billions and billions of dollars.
Oh.
She was on Earth for 400 years. That's enough time to amass the wealth.
This is
Okay, fine. Did she leave any of it to her? Probably not.
Probably not.
My mom's an asshole.
Ta-da! That's the whole point we were getting at. Yes.
Hey,
Next day.
Diety.
Unless you guys wish to try and do anything else tonight.
No.
Not any more midnight meetups or...
No.
That might result in somebody's death if it were to happen. And not Cook's.
At least you have a dog. 2.0.
Dog
Yeah.
0.0.
Hmm?
At least I have a dog. Is my dog real?
Nope.
This dog was created.
Is anything
Remember?
real? Oh my god.
You killed your first dog.
Shush
Entirely
you.
your fault. Hey, you rolled it.
Didn't Anubis make this dog?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the realms getting destroyed.
Yes. Yes.
Come on, Sabre.
What?
Cat.
Okay. Stop.
Sabre's
person.
not here.
Yeah, well, that's
What?
Sabre for a loan. Can we do that?
Let's not.
Hmm.
Can it be
Might
done?
have some
Sure.
Strings
There's a
attached.
lot of money.
Next day. Oh yeah, you do. You have $3 million in store credit.
We do. We do.
Oh, that's nice at least.
Well, not as much, not as 3 million anymore, but yes, spend some of it.
Mhm.
Okay, next day. Next day, and just because, let's call it a break.
Hey, that's good timing.
So it's about good timing. Let everyone absorb things, get a drink, go to the restroom, get something to eat. We'll be back in 10 minutes. See what the next day is going to be like. Find out the cook's fictional.
This entire time.
Yeah. No.
Such is the way. Did you get that in like? Do they have fortune cookies here?
Fortune cookie.
There are cookies,
That's a hard no.
and I have found myself fortunate to eat them on occasion.
Oh. And I'll say, fear the dread pirate claw.
Your little satyr kids. The
Still
tail.
alive in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, same. I say,
Tater tots.
let's go talk to Brolog. I got some
Satyr tots.
satyr tots.
Hashtag Satyr tots. I love that.
Hoogulapid.
All right, well, Brolog will embrace the handhold and give him a little shoulder pat.
Okay, as we like take a few steps with our arms swinging back and forth, I'm gonna say out loud, Prologue, that's not what I meant.
Have you found my cheese? It slipped off my crackers.
Oh.
I still have my crackers though, thankfully.
I would ask a Joffrey about that.
Does he not know, speaking to Aberrat, that there is no try? Do or do not.
Oh,
Jesus.
no.
Beautiful man.
If not, he will soon learn.
Close to the camera. There you go.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold. And breathe all over it. I need a dex saving throw.
It'll be like a family outing. We'll be giving mom and dad
Yeah,
piggyback
Shane, it'll
rides.
be fun.
And then I need people to remember me after I die.
I will always remember you after you die. But I hope you don't die.
Like, almost like you could reach out and touch your own echoed self.
Reach out and touch self. Do I see all this going on?
I regularly do.
You do.
Okay.
I like getting into things.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
Consent
is always important.
Agreed.
You're next. We have more for later. This is for the innkeeper. He needs to get turned too.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind. Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 to the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing? No, straightforward. Straightforward. Now left. Now left.
Go to the left. Yeah.
Now
right
straightforward. Right in that nook. Right in that nook. Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go. Good Christ! What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
We're good. You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball. I think that's what that is. These are germs.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all of that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime, it's booger time.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
It's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like,
Oh, no. This is dental hour.
Hell yeah.
Love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
Larry's like,
Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said it.
down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off. Unplug your. Nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Mama did not know best.
What a sad way to start. Oh, Michael, I think you're on mute.
You are on mute.
Oh,
Hello,
sorry.
everybody.
Hey.
Howdy doody,
Yeah,
everybody.
Okay, welcome back. Yep, I'm on mute. Yep. Anyway, hopefully you got something to eat, drink, and ready for part 2. And we find out what else is going on, which may be a boring part 2, who knows? So I don't think they want to do anything at the moment.
We had all the heat happen in part 1.
So I'll have to liven it up. Yep, okay. The world goes dark.
Everything ends. Goodbye, you're done.
My world is dark now.
Aww. Cry me a river, Miss Princess.
But your puppy looks at you with such sad eyes and says, "It'll get better."
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Next day, what do you guys want to do? Study.
Oh, absolutely.
I pitched my idea.
Is that the only idea? No one's going to go for any other
It's
ideas?
the only idea Cook's pitching. It's up to those two to figure something else out, because I've got nothing else.
So is anybody going to do anything besides study today?
I'm gonna go talk to the council. What's left of it?
Yep, down to 3. Down to 3 generals
Who do we have left now?
on the council.
Yeah.
You have Gerald Perry, Andrew Bailey, and Alice Ward.
Gerard Paley.
Perry.
Perry. And what does he do?
Yeah, I knew you were going to ask me that. Now I got to find that sheet. I didn't put it on the spreadsheet as to who is doing what.
I don't even know what my mom was in charge of.
I told you. You guys can't remember? No.
It's in my other notebook.
It's in your other. It's always in your other notebook.
Hey, I get that excuse until I get at least 20 pages into this one.
Oh, I don't know. They did something.
Okay. I know. Ward was magic. Grayer was intel.
Let's see. She knows.
I didn't catch Perry, so.
I think Perry was general of generals.
General of wildlife.
General.
Particularly of the platypus.
Pretty sure who's just generally a general.
Oh, okay.
Like he was the Grand General, right?
I think, yeah, it's his general of the army or the militia. I think they had this in. Why? Well, that's interesting. That sheet's gone. Oh,
no.
Because I'm looking in the archive. Well, it's not on that sheet. Okay, yeah. Take that back. So, the militia of the Nightbane. Yeah, there we go. Gerard Perry was general of the militia. He's a 4-star general, former general of Australia. Andrew Bailey is general of intelligence, 1-star general, former general of North Asia. And Alice Ward was General of Magic and R&D, 1 star. Former General of R&D.
R&D?
Research and Development?
Oh. For
Now
America?
For the militia, which was also a brand new position because the last General of R&D was the traitor.
Yep.
So she's new. She's a new general. She's in charge of Magic and R&D, which both are going nowhere right now. Your mother was General of Warfare.
Ah.
So now they don't have a General of Warfare. And then there's the 2 generals that never show up. Technically, one's right out in the middle of the compound now, or the dimension.
Oh.
You do have a General Anubis here, or something like General Anubis here. And no one knows where.
Child.
Yeah, Dark Child. No one knows where Dark Child went to. But he's off probably doing things for Anubis.
Dark.
Ruling their own world.
Ruling their own world. Having fake children. Stripping them of their free will.
Telling them the truth. Breaking their realities and their worlds and watching how they crumble and fall. And how the sanity collapses.
Wouldn't that be fun though? Create a child. Build them up for 20 years. Then rip it all apart. And make them forget it and do it again. See how many different ways you can do this.
Woof.
Woof.
No.
You're actually 200 years old, but you don't know it because you've been reset 10 times. No.
Oh my gosh.
No. It's a great thing about Nightbane. They don't age. You can play them over and over and over.
Oh boy.
So if you guys are not doing anything, it's 8 hours.
Oh, I was.
Or hold it. Yeah.
I was going to talk to
14 hours of a whole day of study, but council, what are you going to do in the council?
Yes.
Yeah, the council's not having the best day.
Yeah.
They
I'm
seem
having
to-
the worst one.
They seem to... They don't know how to treat you either.
That's okay. I'm a little weird. I'm a little weirded out coming into the council since my mom isn't there, and now I'm like, the whole reason I was a part of this was because, well, I guess because of Nightbane, but also because of her. Yeah. Anyway, question for you all. I know this is really odd, and it feels really weird being in here right now. But I still would like to continue the work that I'm doing here, with the Black God and everything, and I believe in our cause. So don't worry about that. But I did have some questions, because I'm still weirded out by some things. When did my mother join you guys?
About 300 years ago.
Okay. And so did she automatically become a general? Did she work her way up the ranks? How did this happen?
She worked her way up.
Alright. And you guys
Everything seemed normal.
never
Just a
suspected.
Nightbane. Yeah.
So. Can
That we
Nightbane
know of.
do I know this? Can Nightbane have kids?
No. They cannot have
What did
kids.
you guys make of me?
An anomaly? A rarity? A miracle?
Right. Okay. Interesting. Well, cool. Who are you guys planning? Do you have any prospects for replacing the general that we just lost? I know we need somebody.
Yeah, I think we've got some candidates. A very short list of colonels.
That's sad. Alright. Now that we have kind of Anubis here, I don't know that he'll be joining any of our missions, but hopefully that's a good thing.
We shall see. We don't know. He does his own thing. Has for a long time.
So far, he's been doing stuff that hasn't been problematic, right? Unless you guys know something.
Far as we know, he hasn't done anything that's problematic. Cook feels differently, but hey.
Yeah. He's generally, wow. Anubis, since he's a general, pretty well respected amongst the council.
Yes.
Alright. I think Cook just has a problem with him because I referred to him as a god a lot. Which you guys would often hear from me. I don't know if my mom said it.
Many times.
And you guys just chalked that up to her being weird, or...
Well, the things that he can do, who's to say he's not? What is the definition of a god?
I don't even know anymore.
He's the most powerful person we know. If he wishes to call himself a god, fine. He's a god. He can manipulate things more than anybody else can.
Then?
Which I guess your mother could do too.
Yeah.
So gods are gods.
I suppose. Anyway, we'll try to figure out what we're doing next. I already got back to you on the aliens, right? I forget.
Yes.
Uh,
Well, it was in the report. You didn't tell us anything, but you never do.
I know.
Maybe that'll change now.
I know. I need to start giving you guys reports now.
It would be nice. And you don't have your mother to hide behind.
Oh. Yeah. Right. Okay. I guess I'll give that a shot. Alright,
It was a pretty day. Here's my first report.
It was a pretty day. I got a new dog. Anyway. Well, we will try to come up with a new plan and let you guys know what's going on next.
Okay.
Thanks, bye.
Bye. Thank God she's leaving. Yeah, no.
All right, now we can get those drinks back out.
Wow. I'm not a kid. I can drink if I want.
Or they can get the real maps back out.
Everything I know is fake.
They are going to have a trust issue now.
Yeah.
A couple generals now have been Well, I mean, she wasn't actively working against the Nightbane. She was just playing a game.
Playing house.
Playing house, playing general. What she was not doing a bad job of, it just wasn't totally aligned with their interests. And who knows why she stuck with it.
She does. We should go to heaven and ask her.
Olympus, not heaven.
Greek heaven.
Sure. Go for it.
Can we do that?
Can you?
Not yet.
Not at our power level, but yeah.
Dimensional portals. Yeah, good luck with that. They're dangerous even at higher power levels.
Ah, man.
Plus, you have to know where it is.
Yes.
This is true.
That's the trick
That'd be
of
the
it
hard
all.
part.
That's the problem Anubis is facing right now. He doesn't know where the Dark's home dimension is.
Oh, yeah.
But once he finds it, who knows? Okay, anything else?
No, Vinny's just studying. He's hard studying. He's studying as hard as he can.
Okay.
He's never studied harder.
Never studied. He needs to rank up. He needs to become a god so he can play at people's minds. No.
He's only a little better.
No, but he does think that's the answer.
I will attempt to write in a report of what happened today and yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know. She's gonna do that because she's never done anything like that. It's pretty much just gonna be like a journal entry.
Pretty much what I figured it was going to be.
Entry 1. Captain's log. Stardate 321211-9. It's too many numbers.
Writing. I think I need therapy. Oh my god. Do I have trauma? I think I have trauma.
Issues.
Got issues everywhere. Okay.
Oh, goodness.
14 hours for the other two. Are you going to try and study it all today, Kit Kat?
I could try and study a little bit.
Say 8 hours.
Alright.
Plus your multipliers, so. You guys can do the math for today.
I studied, got a roll, succeeded. I have one roll left.
9 successes, folks.
Yep.
9 successes.
I'm so close. And I'm at 198.2, so it's going to be very difficult for me to fail.
Yeah.
But there's still a chance. An 8%
Always a chance. Depends on how much your dice love you today.
Well, my percentile dice have been progressively rolling lower, starting with I think it was an 87. And the last one I rolled was a 22. So who knows? Maybe it'll give me that not 1. Give me a bonus PCE.
Oh, wrong sheet. There we go. Okay.
I think
so. Kit Kat, you understand?
Understand.
Just make your hours.
90, right? Wait. Because I had 70 before.
You had 50 before.
She had 50 before and got 20, so she was at 70.
70. Okay.
Yeah.
And now she just got another 8 hours, which is another 40 hours.
So it should
Yeah.
be 110.
Oh.
110.
Yeah.
I updated the stupid sheet. Eh.
Look, maths is just really difficult, okay?
It is.
For
That's,
humans.
it's not an easy subject.
Quite easy. It's so easy.
You do it.
It just rolls off the brain so well.
Rolls off the brain and out of the world.
Doing
Into the
third
trash
level
can.
calculus in high school, but come on.
I did AP Calc in high school. Failed the AP test on purpose. 1 credit? Come on. Give me 5. What the class is actually worth.
Probably true. Next day. Going on the 9th. Hey, it's April 9th.
Hey! It's today.
It's today.
Today.
You caught up with
Caught up.
today.
We sure did.
Saturday.
Alright. I'm gonna go.
Mainly at this moment, it's going to be at what point do you guys want to do anything?
So you know, in case anyone does end up asking him, Vinny truly does believe that leveling up his magic is the answer they need.
Okay.
Which is why he's studying so hard. So he's not going to change his tactic right now until someone provides him a better logical option. That doesn't involve certain things.
I did not write down a list of that. I don't plan on doing anything until my scrolls are ready. And then that's
Okay.
only picking up the scrolls. I've given them my idea of what I would like to do, how I would like to proceed in things. Until after I get the scrolls and study them, I have nothing.
I'm gonna get my report.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna put it. I don't know if we have like a briefcase or a bag. I guess I'll just take it with me. And I'm gonna go eat breakfast.
Okay. What else are you going to do today?
And I'm gonna go and turn in my journal entry report to them.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything for the cause.
Pushing,
Yeah.
pushing.
No, you're not going to be made a general. In case that's what you were hoping for.
I'm not looking for a general position. That's way too much work for me. I want to be out.
They
doing
agree.
stuff.
I'm not looking to be a general, but I am generally looking for a position.
Anyway. She'll walk off. Turned in my thing. Now
Okay.
I'm gonna go try find Cook or Vinny.
Sure. You know where Vinny is? That's an easy one. He's in his room. Cook wanders around, so hard to say where he's at. You have to
I
search
don't
for him.
like being in my room.
And yet, every day at noon, he goes back to his room. No.
Motherfucking bitch still has control over my mind. Gosh
No.
dang it. Anubis, damn it.
No, yeah, so now it's just Anubis playing with you. Room. Room.
Every time it gets a different cuss, I'm like, Hey, see you next Tuesday.
Go up to Vinny's door and start scratching at the door.
Somebody's scratching at your door, Vinny.
I open the door. Oh, hey, Kit Kat.
Hi. Sorry, cat stuff. Hey, I have an idea.
Ooh.
We need money.
No shit, Sherlock.
And I think I might have an idea of how to get some.
Ooh.
It might be a bad idea. But Cook always says he has bad ideas. And they end up working alright. Like, we didn't kill anybody that wasn't supposed to be killed last time, so could be good.
What's your idea?
Right. Yeah, I guess I should tell you first and see what you think. I'd be curious to see both of you react to this stuff. Do you know where Cook is?
I don't. I don't know where he is, but is it lunchtime yet?
No, this is the beginning of the day.
Beginning of the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, around 10-ish or so.
I don't actually know where he would be, but I think I would know where the tree is that he sometimes goes to study under.
There's lots of trees out there.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, maybe we don't need Cook. Alright, here's my idea. So, we go to Dubai. I know this little nightclub there. We start a cat girl cuddling business. It'd be great. People would love it. We can make so much money. But it could also be like a front for our hub, for the Black God, right? And we could do our recruiting from there too.
A cat girl cuddling business.
Yeah. I think it's great. People would love it. It's a little on the line of being a brothel, but we don't have to call it that.
It's not on the line of being a brothel, Keket. That is a brothel. But that's not the problem I've got here. I mean, that is a problem. You are right. But the real problem I've got here is cat girl cuddling business screams something for the NSB to look into. They're going to end up looking into it. And the next thing we're going to know is...
No. I think you misunderstand me. It wouldn't be like actual cat girls like me. It'd be like the Japanese kind. Where they just have like little fake ears on, just for funsies.
Okay, so you're just suggesting we open a brothel in Dubai?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Dubai? Do you know what the rules are in Dubai?
I don't.
Well, Vinny's never been to
I was
Dubai,
gonna
and
say
John's
Japan,
never been
but
to
that was
Dubai,
too far.
so...
Clubs are not allowed to be open until
I was
after
gonna say,
night.
there are no clubs in Dubai. What
Yeah,
you're
like-
saying is 100% illegal in Dubai and will get you
Yeah.
killed immediately. You would have been
Japan.
better sticking with Japan.
Yeah,
Okay,
Taiwan,
Japan.
Taiwan, Korea's Japan, not Dubai.
Not Dubai. You wouldn't get the door open.
Japan.
Japan, yeah. I mean, pose this idea to Cook, he's probably going to be very much on board with it. He seems to like the
Okay, go cuddling.
gray areas.
Of course he would love it. Everyone would love this.
He'd make sure he interviews everybody.
I'm gonna go back to studying Coquette.
Okay. Great. We'll talk later.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Goodbye.
Hold it. You forgot
You
to
know
knock something off one of his shelves first.
Wait! Slams open door, slams thing down. Okay, we're good.
Do you have a like a rug outside your door? I'm gonna start scratching at it and pulling up the carpet.
I mean, unless the area we're in has some kind of carpet in front of the door, no.
No.
I wouldn't have a rug.
Anyway. Sorry, I just had to get that idea out there. It's not for real, but I had to say it. But we could.
We could. What are you gonna go do next, Kit Kat? Find Cook?
I could try.
Do it.
She
come
thinks
on,
this is
do
a
it, do it,
great
do it.
idea.
Do it. You know you want to do it.
Oh boy. That's scary. I will try to look for Cook.
Okay. Give me a perception roll. Cook, when you go out to study, are you actually trying to hide or just finding a secluded area?
Just a spot just on the outside of where everyone else is by a tree.
Okay. You rolled a 1?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to find Cook today?
Oh, Keka, I'm not even trying. That's bad.
Know where he's
Though I will say, like, during lunch and dinner and such, I do come in and have lunch and dinner. I'm regular
Yeah,
at that
but
point.
for some reason, on a 1, she stays out there looking for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I still don't think Keka would think of that, though.
I have this really good idea. I have to tell him now. Keep searching.
Okay, so Kit Kat spent the day searching.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The other people take your study time. Eventually, you'd get tired and decide you'll try it again tomorrow.
He's really
When it
good
gets-
at hiding?
When it gets dark,
Is he hiding from me?
Learn the spell Colin, and this won't be an issue.
Do you have the spell calling?
How am I supposed to
Nope.
learn the spell calling?
Why don't I insist on that one being learnt? It's an incredibly useful spell now.
Okay.
Why are there police cars?
I don't know where that sound's coming from, and I can't get rid of it.
Like, what's going on?
It's an effect. Whenever one of the Nightbane who has an engine-like body starts rearing up, it just sounds like a.
Okay.
It's possible. Sure, I'll allow that.
Thank you.
Vinny got 1 roll in today. Failed. Is now at 127.
You're at 2 though, right? 2 successes?
No, I'm only at 1
Just
success.
Oh, still 1 still? Oh.
Yeah, his
I have not
skills
nearly-
really low yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
true.
got so lucky on my up to level 7 rolls. I got to level 7 in 7 rolls total. I totaled up all the rolls, and it was 7 rolls total. And I was like, wow, I was success after success for that one.
Yeah.
But this one is much harder.
Yep. Minus 100. I'm so close.
This is why we have to take tomorrow differently.
Yeah. 3
So differently. So, tomorrow in the morning, Vinny's going to study all day. Okay, Kat, what are you doing? You going to try and find Cook again? This is gonna be fun. He stops you from leveling.
I'm gonna be so pissed. I am using the same spot, by the way. I'm not changing locations.
Okay, I'll give her a bonus for that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I will write out my report for the first mission that I went on with them.
Okay.
We'll go eat breakfast, go turn in my report, which is also a journal entry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's somebody at the front desk now that'll take your reports.
Okay, cool.
You don't need to disturb the council.
Please. Thank you.
Yep. Don't let her in here again.
Oh my goodness. And then yeah, I will go look for Cook.
Sure, give me another perception roll.
I'm not rolling that one again. 15? Oh wait, did you say you'd give me something about boost?
Well, the boost is on my end for your target.
Okay.
15 is what you rolled or what you got with your perception bonus?
With my perception bonus. I rolled a 6.
Yep, that's what I was afraid of. She's not going to find you.
Oh, no. Okay.
Before your 30 hours or 3 hours are up.
Alright. Shall we play a game of dice?
Fail.
Roll above
Fail.
92.
Fail.
I will
Fail.
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 Oh, god damn it. In. Alright. The latter half is 5. 45. I succeeded. I just passed my last roll. I'm a level 8. Shit.
Cook is level 8.
What
Cook.
happens to me? I'm scared.
Need a D6.
Come on. Okay. My heart and will is melting on the inside. 3.
Okay. For Vinny and Kit Kat, you are not going to be able to find Cook. Well, hold it. I take that back. I need the percentage rolls now, Cook.
Shit. Woo! Go back there. 71?
Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting on 2 points. Okay. We'll discuss where you go later.
Okay.
Oh no.
But the key is, it is an astral projection.
Ah, so my body's still there.
So your body's still there.
Yeah.
To be found.
How long am I out for?
3 days.
That's what the D6 is for. 3 days! Good luck.
It gets worse as you go up. So, just to be simple about this, Kit Kat, in the afternoon, you do find him. His body.
Oh boy. Oh, look, I've been looking everywhere for you. Have you been hiding from me for 1.5 days?
Flumps over on the side of the ground.
He's unconscious.
You're right. Oh my god, are you okay? She starts like slapping him, poking his face, putting it in like weird positions. Cook! Oh my god!
Intelligence roll.
Okay. That's a 17 on the die. And I was like a 24? Right? Yeah, 25, so 17.
Did you by any chance communicate with anybody? You were close?
No.
Okay.
I've been studying it for a while, so Vinny might realize.
Okay,
I'm
Kat,
pretty sure. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Vinny would put 2 and 2 together. Book.
Yeah.
Out cold, no response.
But
he's not
Kit
there.
Kat also puts it together. You realize he probably succeeded in leveling, which means this is a magic coma. For how long, you don't know.
Right.
Because you're not level 8 yet.
Cool.
You're thinking, good to be up to 24 hours. Never know. But maybe you should, take him back to his bed.
I will.
You get to take him to bed this time.
And I'll tie you to bed.
Take the old man to bed. If you tie him, make sure there's Rufus pills right next to it. Understands what happened.
I'll take him back to my room.
Okay. Why? But anyway.
Because she doesn't care to remember where his place is. Oh, okay, I'll just put him in my bed. Jill, pop him down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do for the rest of the day now?
I'm gonna try to study.
Okay.
Curl up on the floor.
Cool. Vinny, you can do your day of study.
What do I add for level 8?
Not a thing.
Well, shit.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
You've got to come back first.
Oh, crap.
Principles of arcane knowledge. Oh, there's so much here to go over, but let's see here. Your principles of arcane knowledge. Nightbane. Principles of arcane knowledge. 6, 7. Why do you have your cursor there like you're waiting for me to put something there?
Because I am. Ooh.
There's level 8, and we'll go over it
Okay.
after we do the where you're at.
Okay. I'm so excited.
You are on a planet. You do not recognize this planet. You understand a lot of things. You don't know why you understand. Welcome to level 8. But going through this planet is a ley line. A cosmic ley line. Approximately 5,000 miles wide. Of pure PPE.
Ooh.
It has set up residence PPE rings around this planet because of that as well. Physical, like rings of Saturn, but they are PPE. Just the sheer amount of PPE running through this planet is, even at your level, incalculable. It is almost pure. You now know what cosmic ley lines are. Ley lines that are running through the universe itself. This planet is inhabited by races and species you do not even begin to comprehend. Because you're astral projecting, you have free movement of the planet. And you're going to be the guest for 3 days. You see magic being used like you've never seen it before. There are a lot of beings here who are using the cosmic ley line to make things, to forge spells, weapons, artifacts that you can't even understand. There are millions of beings on this planet, and I'm not going to go into the different species you see because it's endless. You just recognize a lot of them as being magic users, well above you. Millions. And they are manipulating PPE on scales that would drive any human or Nightbane instantly insane. You thought super nexuses on Earth were bad. This is PPE on a level you can't even believe in. It's just... You probably... The only thing really protecting you from being here, truthfully, is that you are astrally projected and you're not here physically. It gives you a buffer to the influence of the PPE around you. So you're not going to have to roll insanity. You know that if you were here physically, you probably would have burned out. You were not ready for a place like this. This place even makes what Anubis does look pitiful.
Nice.
This is called Forge World. It's the only place in the universe where PPE can be physically forged. Because it happens to have a cosmic ley line running straight through it. In the 3 days of being here, there are going to be a couple other revelations that you understand now about magic. This level of magic that you're seeing here, and the level of magic, I'm kind of curious what that look was for.
I just saw a random number and realized what it was for.
Oh, okay. Don't know what that means. But anyway. The level of magic, which you definitely... I've got an understanding now that this is PCE magic. This is the principles of cosmic energy. Now that you know what a cosmic ley line is. this is the true source of magic or power, manipulation in the universe. And you realize that the lower levels of magic were created. They're not natural. So the principles of arcane knowledge and the principles of magic are not natural magic. They were created by what or who, you don't know. But they did not exist until they were made. This is the true magic of the universe. And because you know of Gaia, you know the universe is sentient.
We're a bunch of parasites.
How small do you know?
Living off the back of a being.
And that's where you are for 3 days.
Delightful.
Because it's Forge World, let me verify this real fast. Just because didn't expect you. Yeah. You're going to get a plus 10% to your PCE skill.
Oh my gosh.
Because you're learning and understanding this now. This level.
Wow. I'm at 202 on pack as well.
This is how the universe was made. Through the use of this energy. And this is just the leftover remnants of it flowing through the universe. From the creation. From the Big Bang. Okay. As far as level 8 goes, which is interesting because of your new understanding of magic, you do understand 2 other uses of PPE at your level now, which I think you've seen. The understanding of permanent PPE sacrifice, you know how to know to draw that out of others. You can sacrifice the PPE of others.
Yep.
To cast your magic.
Uh-huh.
And you understand now more about what I call pestilence PPE. You can just draw the PPE from around you, no matter the source.
Yeah.
And kill everything around you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cook.
Oh.
The rest of that are all numbers, you know. You also, though, if you look at that nice one, you can write Grimoire scrolls.
Mm-hmm. Sure can.
You could write your entire memory of spells right now down to scrolls.
Yeah.
Good thing you just paid for those.
Oh no.
So would his 2 days being gone, or 3 days being gone, mean I'd have 2 more days of studying?
Depends on what you guys do, but yes, probably.
Okay.
Go on a Vinny and Cat adventure, cause Cook's
got to reflect about life again.
I'm gonna swaddle him in a blanket like a baby, like real tight,
Sure.
so he doesn't accidentally like roll over and
Are you gonna tell
suffocate.
anybody? Or are you just gonna be your play toy for 3 days?
I'm not doing anything with him. I'm just swaddling him.
Are you telling anybody?
I guess if somebody asks if he's
Oh,
okay,
I don't know.
or if,
I mean,
do I need to report where he's at?
are you gonna tell Vinny or?
Sure.
Vinny will at some point probably note that he hasn't seen Cook in a couple of days, but to be truthfully honest, for Vinny, this is more a relax than anything, because it means he gets undisturbed for a couple of days while he studies.
Oh no.
I mean, it's up to
But
you.
he will
Kika.
probably note it.
If
He
you
won't
want to
actively
tell
go looking
people that he's in a magic coma, or if you just want to leave him be and see how long it lasts.
I think she has any reason to tell anybody. Just making sure he's okay.
Okay.
Like, the reason why she put him in her room. Just keep an eye on him.
So you each can take 3 days of study at 14 hours.
Would it be 3 days? Because it was on hour 3 of the first day that he went into the coma.
I know. Go ahead and take 3 days.
3 days? Okay.
That's 14 hours total
Per day.
per day.
So 3 days. 14 times 3 is 42. Times your 5 multiplier is 210 hours. So you're at least going to get 1 automatic success.
I have 2 rolls. Not the first one. Second one. Oh, 7. So I got a success. Out of the 2 rolls I got 1 success.
Yeah. Five. 20 left over for next time.
Mm-hmm. That works.
Yay.
Just watching JP's face. I don't know what he's going through. If he's going through the principles of arcane or.
No, added PPE 170. IQ 6. The next roll was a 5, then a 4, then a 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maxing those out.
Doing well on that. My health regeneration is 120 per full round.
No. 120 per action.
So.
Because remember,
yeah,
the son of guy made it per action.
Round. It's hard to kill this facade.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Morphus.
Morphus, yeah, Morphus. It's gonna be
getting
really
up there.
Possession and horror factor. Oh my gosh. Good grief.
Okay. So on Wednesday, April 13th, Cook will wake up. I assume it's going to be a normal steady day for Vincent until otherwise noted.
Until otherwise noted? Oh, yeah.
Kit Kat, Cook wakes up. Cook, you wake up in Kit Kat's room, bundled up.
I was playing Will It Swaddle? It turns out you swaddle very nicely.
I feel like a butterfly.
You mean a cocoon butterfly?
Yeah, that thing.
Do you want some snacks?
What I'd really like is to be able to use my arms.
Well, then get out of the blanket.
KK, you have swallowed me so good I have no action or capability of moving my arms.
Are a fearless Nightbane, capable of so many things. And I know that you probably just leveled up magically. So why don't you... You can't get out? You really can't get out?
I mean, if you wanted to,
Or are you
could
just being
rip
lazy?
through the blanket easily enough, but...
I am a naked mole rat trapped in your blankets. Roll me over.
I'll just yo-yo him out. Good thing you didn't have anything in your stomach.
Yeah, speaking of which, where are those snacks? I could use a few.
She only has kibble, but that's fine.
Catnip.
I'm eating it.
Dog
Tastes fine.
food.
You know, it's full of nutrition. Stuff that humans shouldn't eat, but I'm a freaking Nightbane. Mouthful. So, how long out for?
3 days?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Seems to be a 1-for-1 ratio when you were there, while you were there, so.
Yeah, that makes sense. Keep studying, it's good for you.
Perspective of the universe.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a little more perspective now.
That's good. I lost all of mine.
Oh, come on now. It's been 3 days. You haven't figured it out yet?
Figured out what? My perspective on my life? I think I need a little bit more than 3 days to figure that out. Maybe a couple years and some therapy.
Missy, the moment my parents sat me down and told me I was going to be a cook, I looked them straight in the face, made their eye contact, and said, no.
They told you you were a cook?
Yeah.
Like yourself? You were yourself?
Well, Cook's my last name. It's a family name. And strangely enough, yes, we're all cooks. We were all cooks. I'm not. I'm a teacher. I teach martial arts.
Oh.
Anymore.
You couldn't get yourself out of a swaddle.
Moving right along. They told me I was going to be a cook. I told them no. It took me less than 5 seconds to decide my path. And here you are struggling with 3 days.
You weren't told that your mother was fake, and that she was a god, and that she was in love with the god that you thought was real. And I mean, he's still a real person. I think this is a little bit more complicated.
It's real tragic.
Personally. Anyway.
Real tragic.
Good for you for taking 5 whole seconds to figure that out.
Supremely tragic.
Are you done?
Not yet. The most optimal of tragedies I have ever heard in my life.
Great. Anyway, I had an idea.
Really now? Ideas are good. At least you've had something in 3 days.
Yes. So, I already told Vinny this. He seemed enthused. So, I think you're gonna love it. We
Cautiously
are
optimistic.
low on funds. Right.
Really now?
Yes.
You're just now coming to that
And
realization?
I had an idea of how to make us a killing.
Sure, not like I already had a dozen, but you know. Sure, yeah, go for it, shoot.
Alright?
Mm-hmm.
We go to Japan. We
Okay.
start up a side business for a cat-girl cuddling enterprise. But that will just be a front for our new on-Earth base for the Black Guard to recruit and do missions from. Pretty good, right?
You know what? You might
There's
be
already
onto
a market
something.
for it there. Right?
So you ever heard you ever heard of these what are they called? The things you put over your head and you experience a different
Oh, VR.
Yeah, VR. Yeah, the VRs. There are places in the VRs that really cater towards having personas like that.
Mm-hmm.
You could delve into that. I mean, all the kids are talking about VR all the time. Well, they were at least when I was teaching them, but you could also go down that path, although I don't think Vinny actually would be on board with this. He was all against me lying to the general public, and now he's okay with prostituting yourself away as a cat girl?
No, not me specifically. There's already a market for it there. We'll hire people somehow, to start up the business.
Do you know what would be easier?
What?
Hiring up a bunch of people to start up a bit farm.
A bit like Bitcoin?
Yeah, like those digital things.
I like my idea better.
I was going to say, she won't have anyone to play with then.
Your idea is more hands-on.
Exactly.
Okay, I've had another idea. All right, yep.
Let's test this theory about Nightbane not having kids.
That is not what I'm thinking.
Not with you.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna have to think about that.
Right. I was thinking about the Bitcoin. Maybe
It's
we
not
could
gonna
combine
lie,
it.
it's a little messed up. There's a lot of implication. I mean, you're talking about hiring people to prostitute themselves away to be able to get a bit of a coin. All right, that's a moral implication that I'm not entirely
They'll get
comfortable
paid
with.
too.
It doesn't matter
There's
that they're
nothing
getting
wrong
paid.
with
It's the act of the job itself. It's a little questionable.
It is not. It's perfectly normal,
All right,
and
how
people
about
pay
this?
for that type of thing all the time.
For a pretty little princess like yourself, it might not be. But for a backcountry Texas boy like me, yeah, it's a little backwards and not entirely
Not
correct.
backwards.
Okay, I'm not denying that for you it is. But for me, for you it's not. For me it is. Right? For me it is.
I don't understand why.
You don't have to. It's my quandary to get across, okay? Go. Turn your damn
Do
self around and get the hell out of my
wrong or
tree.
something?
Wait, I'm in your place. Why the fuck am I in your place?
Because you were passed out for 3 days.
3 days, ample time to get me to my place.
But then I couldn't make sure that you were not suffocating or anything.
I was
Anyway,
in a coma,
get
not
out of my
having a
room.
seizure. All right, fine, happily. Get up, and I start leaving the room. And seriously though, let's explore that idea. It's not a bad one.
Good idea. There's nothing wrong with it.
You realize if we go down that path, you're in lead. I'm not taking charge of any of that.
Obviously. I have the experience.
Alright. I'll go find Vinny and see what he thinks.
Not that
Madame Queen
Aphrodite for nothing.
That's debatable.
Actually really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you leave?
I go and try to find Vinny.
Awesome. Kit Kat going back to studying?
Yeah.
Cool. Vinny studying?
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Cook.
Yep.
You're walking to find Vinny. You're going to Vinny's place.
Oh, gods. Here we go.
And you called it just correctly right there.
Fuck.
The gods. Or a god in particular.
Screw you, Anubis.
You are no longer walking in Guy's dimension.
No, fucking A.
You've seen this dimension before. This is Anubis's dimension. Not the building in the center. This is truly Anubis's dimension.
Been here, done this.
You can see frequencies now of the dimensions.
Huh.
And Anubis is there.
Howdy
Goes,
doody.
Hi. I
Chipper.
realize you just went somewhere.
I sure did.
That's impressive. Can you show me?
You haven't been.
The Forge World? No.
And yet you can still do it yourself.
Yes.
What if I say no?
And you say no. It's just someplace I've never seen physically. Would like to. But as you said, I can already do those things.
You sure can. And you understand what I'm implying, and you know what you can do. And I know what you can do.
You're beginning to know what I can do.
Yeah,
You still
I'm getting
got a
better
ways
at
to
it.
go. But you understand now that it's actually the true power of the universe. Everything else was created for the use of the lower life forms.
Why do you want to know?
Like I said, never been there before. I would like to see it.
I don't believe you.
Why?
Because that place was pure power. It was everything we are. Everything you are.
Yes,
that
that's
place
a
was
cosmic
god.
ley line.
If I tell you word, if I show you, there is no guarantee that you're not going to go there and just take all that power for yourself. I believe you're capable of it, even if you deny. So why
quite
should I tell
capable
you?
of it. I was just asking. I could make it worth your while.
As much as I hate to say it, now you're starting to speak my language a little bit.
What would you like?
Now that is a mighty fine, complicated question. There are a great many things I'd like.
Okay. Well, pick one. Let's see if it's possible.
I'd like Gaia to have all her power back.
Done?
I'd like the Nightbane resistance.
Oh, are we going for multiple things?
Oh, absolutely.
Ah.
This is valuable information, even I know that. I'm lucky to
I
have stumbled
will.
upon it.
You're lucky to have stumbled upon it. Very true, but I will find it in time.
Now, how much time are you willing to wait even more? You've already watched worlds collapse and things fall apart due to your failures. Do you want to know
my failures? I'm
you're
not
succeeding
infallible.
to be able to do what you wanted to do?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Neither have you.
But I think we can help each other in both of those things.
Okay, so what's the second thing you wanted?
The Nightbane base to be fully stocked, equipped at all times.
You got to be more specific about that.
We need to be able to go on operations.
You
Our
can
information
now.
basis needs to be better.
I can make it act like the old sanctuary.
It needs to be better than that.
How?
We need ears. People and places. I can
Can't
actually hear.
make people.
No, I'm not saying.
I
you
mean,
can
I'm
make
not
people.
going to pick people.
I'm asking
can't-
for the means to do this. We don't have the means to do this anymore.
Sure
Never
you
did.
do. You recruit. You talk.
No. We need the spells.
You want to influence free will.
You already have.
I have? Aphrodite did. I don't influence free will.
So it was free will to have our memories returned. Maybe some of us actually wanted to stay where we were. Who said Cat actually wanted to remember everything that they went through?
I return things to normal.
You experienced your free will on others, without consulting whether or not that was theirs.
Okay, fine line. So, you want a grimoire library of all spells that are known on Earth?
I feel like known on Earth is wide enough for now.
You can't handle the rest, so that's a good start.
What we're capable of.
Yes. Okay. Done.
And as much as it pains me to say this, you could at least pretend that Cat's your daughter.
Why?
Because the psychology of a single being could be the pivotal pinpoint that marks the success of your ultimate rise. Don't let go of the little things just because you're so focused on the big thing. If
But
you do, you will fail.
Why her over anybody else? She has no relations to me.
Nah,
Just
she
because Aphrodite made her.
You're right.
You want me to adopt her?
I don't. I'm just saying, when it comes to the ultimate role of things, the entire Resistance's belief and thought process that you can help us was shooken a little by Aphrodite leaving. You coming in to claim Cat-Cat's gonna bring that back to normal. It's gonna give her a bit of a more of a reprieve. Less psychological damage on her end, but also more morale for the Nightbane themselves. The thought and the belief that a god is on their side is what's mostly keeping them together.
Done.
Well, that was a minor one. Didn't actually expect that one. But yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, definitely. If we could do that.
Show me.
I will open up my mind to him. And show him.
Do you wish to go?
To go there?
Yes. Let's go there. I mean, you've spent some time there astrally. Let's go there.
If you could bring me there astrally. I
No,
would say
physically.
yes. Nah.
Why not?
Because
you can
much
experience it better.
Oh, I definitely would.
You would benefit from it better. I'll protect your mind.
I hate you. I just grab hold of his pinky or something.
Staff.
Staff. I grab hold of his staff.
Roll me a d20, sir.
Stop calling him Daddy Cathras. No. Cook will never do that. Oh, fuck.
1.
Uh-huh.
Roll it again. I won't accept that answer.
I'm rolling a different d20. That one's gone in the jail. 13.
13's acceptable.
Okay. Whew. Still scared.
Okay. Vinny and Cat.
What happened? Fuck.
What? Don't worry about it. Vinny and Cat.
What?
What are you gonna do?
What?
What's your day after day plan? Just studying?
Oh no. I guess.
Okay.
I
Just
study.
as a random question from either of you, and it can be different answers, of course. Just say out of the blue, how many days would go by before you missed Cook?
3.
Roughly about 3, yeah.
Okay. Well, after 3 days, you miss Cook. You haven't seen him.
Mm-mm.
So that's 3 days of studying.
Laying out plans for my cat girl hotel.
If you're going to do that, Cook, roll another d20.
Oh no.
I was just joking.
Yes, I'm adding these up.
Oh no. 16. I don't know what's good with
So we're up to 30 now.
Fuck.
Oh shoot.
29.
I'm gonna go try and find Vinny.
30. Don't forget the 1. Okay. Vinny, scratching up.
In the 3 days before the 3rd day would come up.
Go ahead and do your 3 days of studying too, Kit Kat.
I would get 1 success. I'd have 2 rolls, but I'd get 1 success out of them.
Okay. Calculate those.
Okay.
So 14 hours a day for 3 days. Okay, Cat, times 5.
Oh, yeah. So I got 210.
How close are you? That reminds me.
Should be at 6 now.
Yeah, I'll be at 6. And I got 330. 130.
I have to look up Forge World again.
Okay.
Okay. Now you're scratching on the door. You're gonna need a new door soon. It's getting scratched up.
Oh. Hi. Have you seen Cook?
You know, I was just having that thought literally just a moment ago. Where is Cook? He hasn't disturbed me in like 6 days now.
You had him for 3.
3 days. I had him for 3 days.
Remember when he was in a coma?
Looking for me, and then he disappeared, and it's been another 3 days.
It's been a 3 days since he left your room.
Yeah. So I haven't seen him in 3 days.
So you have seen him at least recently,
Yeah,
relatively.
I saw him 3 days ago because he was in a coma.
Oh, did
he woke up.
Okay, was it magic related?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Wow.
He didn't, I don't think he didn't say anything to me about where he went or anything, though, right?
No.
Yep. So, where would he be now then?
That's a good question. I'm gonna go to his room. You want to follow me?
Yeah, let's go look. I don't
Alright,
remember where
Vinny.
his room is.
Vinny will go to Cook's room to see if he's there.
It's been like 7 days.
There's no locks, are there?
No locks.
Okay, I'm just gonna open the door.
Okay, he's not in there.
Hmm.
Doesn't look used. In about 6 days.
Yeah, I don't think he likes. Obviously, he doesn't like Anubis. Do you think he would have gone to talk to him?
I mean,
Or should we check with the council first?
no, I think we leave the council out for the moment. I don't want to worry them too much right now, and this is more directly concerning the 3 of us and not the whole of Nightbane.
Right. We're our own unit.
Yeah. I think. I think maybe we should go ask Anubis if he knows anything. But at the same time, if you saw him 3 days ago, and he did get his next level, it could be he is investigating more magic-related stuff, which would mean we want to leave him alone and let him do that.
But then where would he be?
I don't know. That's the thing.
How long did we have on the... You weren't there. Would I know that... No, I heard her say it would take a couple weeks for the spells. From Kimberly.
Yes.
I didn't know that he would have gone... early to go see if she got done with our spells to the magic shop.
For 3 days.
For 3 days, huh? I just started missing him on the 3rd day. I don't know when he left.
I'm going to make attempt to teleport into Anubis's tower.
Okay. You do.
Okay.
You
and
do
then
as well.
If he's not around, I will kneel and wait, because I assume he probably notices we arrived.
There are lots of Anubises around.
That's what
More than what was there before.
that was not expected. I
There's
will.
more of you.
I will attempt to hail one of
There's
them.
more in the ritual now.
Oh.
There is. Oh God. Everything that he wants done. Let's see. That's a 17. And that's there's 24 of them in the ritual right now.
Oh my goodness. Is one of you available to speak with?
Another one shows up.
Oh, good. Hi. Do you know where Cook is?
He's with me.
Oh.
Where is that?
We're traveling dimensions right now.
Magic stuff.
Decided to go on a little road trip? What?
Yes.
On a magic Nubis ship.
Yeah. He'll be out for a while. Don't expect him soon.
Okay.
Is he okay?
Thank you.
Of course.
Did you kidnap him?
No, he went of his own free will.
All right.
I asked. He said yes.
Okay.
He's
Don't
not lying.
swaddle him. He doesn't know how to get out of a swaddle.
Good to know.
Or, I mean, if you don't want him to move, that would be a good way to
Oh, there's lots of
incapacitate him. Anyway, thank you.
We'll get out of your hair now. Thank you.
Okay.
Teleport back out.
I hate the fact that I'm the only one who doesn't trust Anubis. So when they hear that from Anubis, they're both just like, oh, all right, yeah, no, he's in good hands.
Okay, cool.
Whereas I would be,
That
what
makes
the
sense.
fuck? No,
Let's go on.
take me there right now. I don't trust you.
But you're the one there.
Yeah.
But I'm the one
Yep.
there. God.
That is the hilarity of the situation right now. Well, Kege, I think that answers our question. I'm going to go back to studying. I want to get as high as possible, as quickly as possible, because I'm beginning to think
I
part of the
recommend
reason we
really
are losing right now is because we're not strong enough. And I think magic is the answer, kind of like what Anubis thinks too. So
Maybe so.
Is the answer.
I'm gonna go study.
All right, good luck. You want some snacks?
Oh yes, actually, I do want some snacks. That sounds good.
Here you go.
And then I will scurry off and go back to studying.
They're dog treats.
Finny doesn't notice.
I do know how
Yeah, I
to
was
make
gonna
dog treats that are human edible.
Yeah. I was gonna say. And you're all Nightbane. It doesn't matter. Animal, human, it's food.
Anubis and his boy toy.
Cook's gonna come back and he's gonna be skipping along. Oh, Anubis is great. Anubis. Is
Oh, yay!
Oh, hail Anubis.
That is going to be such a hard character switch.
Yeah, no. Wouldn't force him to do that. He might end up doing it on his own.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
On this awesome trip with Dad.
Okay, so
This great trip with Dad?
first off, I had to water these down. The effects of Forge World on a magic user. I could not let you get these full effects and still play for now.
Great.
I'll do a tempeh if you need. Cook can be gone for months.
No, only 30 days.
Fuck, what?
30 days. You're going to spend 30 days on Forge World.
Color me excited.
So, let's just step through these one by one. I like it being 30 days because it's nice and even and it works with the Forge World rules on Magic. So, Forge World works for somebody of your level, on the 10-day scale. So these are all going to be three times. So, watered down to make it simple. You know what you rolled for level 8 on your abilities?
Way below what I needed.
It was...
Well, I mean, you know, on the document, the area that says abilities.
Oh. Hang on. Abilities. Right, yes. I do. Yes, hang on.
Great.
Yeah. Let me throw those numbers down.
Roll those 3 more times. For
Each one? 3 more
Yes.
times? Okay.
Yes, each
All right.
one.
So-
3 more times. And this is watered down.
Fuck. That is 12, 15, 16. Well, that's a lot of 3s. 16, 26. It's below average. Oh. 16, 26 plus 5, 31, 37, 40. Okay. So 3 more times. That's 400 on that. Three more times. Ooh.
Hold on. How did you get 40 off of 4 dice 6?
Oh, you said 3 more times.
Oh, so you
I
rolled all
4
3
dice,
sets
yeah,
at once.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes. Okay.
Cool.
Continue.
Cool. So 3 more d6 for IQ is 13. 3 more d6 for MA is 11. For ME, 9. For P, how disgusting.
6.
6.
Okay.
Do I get the recharge by 3 as well?
Yes. You get all of it by 3.
That's a lot.
Yes.
So 9, 2, 18. Basically, if they don't kill me in one shot, I don't die.
Pretty much.
Like, I get back up to full.
Welcome to where Obsidian was. Guess where Obsidian went?
Yeah, no.
He was a resident of Forge World for a while.
This makes sense. My SDC and HP are both at the point where if I don't get killed in one shot, I am back to full on both.
Yep.
Yikes.
Great. that includes the saves too.
You'll need to study for all 30 days.
This is going to Forge World physically.
You'll need to hope you roll Forge World. Because this
You need
is
to hope
insane.
Anubis takes you to Forge World.
This is nuts.
You know, let's transfer it because we're going on. There's more.
Yep, I don't have them completely calculated yet.
Speaking of, do you want us to actually do 30 days of study minus 3?
If you're not gonna do anything else, yes, you can do 30 days of study minus 3, which will probably make Kit Kat go to level 8. But
I'm pretty sure that gets Kit Kat up to level 8. Vinny would study all these days unless interrupted.
Go for it.
Okay, I'll start recording that.
My PPE is at 51. My IQ is at 42. I can learn.
Forge World makes gods.
I can learn 126 spells.
No, it's not all of them.
No, but it's all the ones we knew.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you know how long it'll take you to study?
A long time.
Maybe.
A very long time. Where is... Okay. I also just made Anubis far more powerful.
Oh, you
by
don't?
showing him this. I don't even know the full extent, do I?
You do not know the full extent of it. You said, compared to what you required of him,
this is nothing.
If I was to translate, it's like, give me $10, please, and I'll show you where the $1 million is. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Done.
This is a... Yep. Now that I know what it's doing to me, I did not ask for enough.
Plus of what you're getting for being here?
Yep.
That's not asking for enough?
No. No, he could have given me so much more.
I think you're going to get... Anyway, I need you to roll 2d10.
Okay, yeah.
And take the highest combination.
$83.
You can add that to your pack.
Oh.
The knowledge you're learning while you're here.
Y'all, I'm at 285.
Now I need you to roll 2d10 and give me the lowest combination.
Okay. 1.
You can add that to your PCE. Whew! That was the one I was worried about.
I rolled a 0 and a 1. I was like, motherfuckers.
And the last thing. What is your total PPE at?
1702 now. Without the amulet.
Roll under your PCE. No, just a regular percentage roll. Nothing special about it. Roll under your PCE.
You hear
and
that,
don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't do it, please.
Roll
I have
under
to
the
give you
PCE.
this ability.
Come on, dice. Do it. See what happens. 53.
Okay. That's good. We can skip that.
I'm bummed, but hey.
I'm not. It would have been too much too fast. As if this wasn't fast enough. And give me one more final normal percentage roll.
Okay.
I can't randomize this table because it's in a book.
24.
me. Really?
Leave it to Cook, breaking all the things. He does it all the time. His campaign should be called Cook's Consequences.
Cook's Consequences.
Oh dear.
One day, as you're strolling along through the forage market with Anubis,
Hey, Timmy. Hey, Steve. George. Fred.
this little girl of an unknown species
Howdy doody there.
comes up to you, smiles, sits there and does what you would say is origami real fast, but with pure PPE.
Oofta.
And hands you a ring and smiles at you and walks away. Anubis looks at it and goes, huh. Don't see them very often.
What is it?
The ring or her?
Yes.
She was living cosmic energy.
What?
An avatar of the universe, basically.
Well, fuck. What did the universe give me?
A ring of spells. You know spells. All of them.
Okay.
Of Earth.
Okay. I am
As if
hearing,
they were in your memory.
I'm pretty sure the people at home and myself just heard Emily go, "What?" Because I heard it.
I didn't hear it, but anyway.
Yeah, she's on mute, but she's also just downstairs.
You rolled it. I don't believe it.
Oh, baby Babaluga. Whew.
You
All right.
still think he didn't give you enough?
The universe gave me a lot. Try to keep up, Anubis. I'm gonna keep walking forward.
I already know more.
It's like, gotta prove it. You didn't know where this was, and I did.
That's a location, not spells. I know more spells than you still.
You've also
And you
had
want-
thousands of more years than I.
You want to know why? He holds up his hands, and you now know the two rings on his fingers are cosmic rings. In fact, you know every piece of his armor is cosmic.
Just, you know, I look from piece to piece, look around.
You can't tell what they do,
And then I look at him.
but you know that they are cosmic made. He didn't make them.
I walk back over to him. Take my same spot I was in beforehand, before the little girl gave me that cosmic ring. Look him in the eye and go, I hate you. And then keep moving on the path we were going.
From now on, folks, we will treat this like Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Every time he says I hate you, it really means I love you.
I just want to let you know, DM, that Vinny's gonna get his level 8 with 10 days left to spare before
Oh my.
would normally return.
They're all gonna hit level 8. Great.
I'm pretty sure Ket will get hers before that.
In between doing research for her cat girl cafe and studying, yes.
Welcome to level 8, people. Of course, Cook is technically not level 8 anymore. But he still has to follow the level 8 rules.
8.5.
Yeah, actually, yeah, something like that. He was one roll away from being 10. Non-technically.
Shit.
That was the roll under your PCE.
Okay.
Roll.
If only I'd rolled higher in my PCE gain.
No, that was in that roll. You need to roll lower on that one, but if you would have rolled lower, it practically would have been no difference between you and a level 10. Practically.
Damn.
But you're still level 8. Great. 30 days is up. Vinny, you said you had 10 days left?
Yeah, I would fall into the coma with 10 days left.
So he'll be out of the coma by the time he gets back. Okay, Kat, where...
I would have hit level 8. Oh. So, hold on.
Well, you're an automatic success every time.
Yeah, I was
Yeah. Not
basing
14
it off of.
by 5.
I think, yeah.
Oh, I have carefully.
Do that right.
Don't think 5 days is too fast.
No, 5 days is too fast. 5 days would get you to 7. To get to 20, you're looking at, because your study time is by 4, you're looking at 40 hours. So 40 hours, by 5, yeah, you're right, yeah, by 5.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 40 hours per level. So you need another 120 hours.
Plus the 130 that I already have?
No, that's already calculated in.
That's
5
right,
days,
okay.
5 days gets you, because it's 14 hours,
5
0 to 70.
is 70.
5 days gives you 70, so it gets you to 7. So you're talking about 25 days left. Once you get to 7, you then need 120 hours divided by 14. That's going to be the amount of days it's going to take you to get to 10. So what is 120 divided by 14?
8.5.
8.5. So 8.5 days in. So
So 13 and a half days.
16 and a half. So you would be before Vaughn. You would be before Vinny. 16 and a half days before I wake up. Or before I get back.
Yeah, as I say, you're not asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
No,
I'm
not
10
asleep.
days
I'm gone.
before. So yeah, I was 4 days off. So yeah, you're gonna have 6 days on me.
Okay. Just so that we can figure this out real fast, I'll let you guys roll on where you go, just in case. It'd be so funny if one of you roll a Forge World and astrally project there and see Anubis and Cook walking around. But anyway.
And we're rolling a d6 for how long we're gone.
A d6 is for how long and a percentage for where.
Where?
Oh, percentage for where?
Yeah.
Is that my percentage or is that regular percentage?
Regular percentage.
Okay.
My percentage die is a 54, and I'm gone for 5 days.
76% and 5 days.
Nice.
Such a contrast.
So Cat first, because they technically went through it first.
And they'd be back with 1 day before I would get go. 1.5 days
Being
before they
rounded.
Painfully specific.
Roughly.
Kit Kat spent her time in the plane of serenity.
Finally, some peace for this poor girl.
Yes.
Well deserved.
Peace and relaxation. And I will look that up to see if there's anything else associated with that. Well, on the other hand, Vinny spent his 5 days in the void.
Aww.
So
Maybe
could
he
be-
appreciates it.
Could be peaceful and relaxing as well.
I could be studying.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that thought probably crosses his mind a couple of times, but he knows there's nothing he can do about this, so he's going to take it to meditate.
Okay. So each of you mark down how many days you have left before
Cook returns.
Cook returns. So that we know how many days after your meditation. So how many days do you have left after the 5 days you spent floating
5.
around? So you have 5 days left that you can study. And Kit Kat has
Back 1 plus 11. Because Kit Kat would have been back about 1.5 days to 1. We're just going to say 1 because that's easier. Days before I would have left, and I have 5 days and left at 10, so 11.
I have 11.
Okay. So you'll have that much study time on the new level.
So Vinny's at 500 and Kit Kat's at 55.
Where is the new level for?
It's not up there yet.
Okay, so
It's
we
not?
need.
Oh.
No. So just
didn't
mark
How
down.
much do we need?
Just mark down 500 because that's how many. Because you've got
Oh.
5 days left.
Here.
Oh wait,
Jeez.
no, Kit Kat's at 110 or 11, so 121 technically. That's not right. It can't be right.
It's not right.
Like 14 hours a day, right?
Yeah, hang on.
So
I was skipping some calculation stages there. So 11 days at 14 hours at
There's
5,
your level 9.
770.
Mm-hmm.
And then 5 days at 14 hours times 10 is 700. So, Vinny, you're at 700.
I'm 770.
No,
Oh, I'm
you're
at
at 700. Yeah, you're at 700. Cat
So
Cat's at
each-
770.
Each get a roll.
Because it's to 500.
Yeah, it's 500 hours per.
Oh, nice.
How many success? Oh, I can just look now because you put it in. 20.
Minus 200%.
Yes.
I'm going to be flying through those checks.
Yes.
I'm at 285.
Yes. You don't think this had a
No, you're
tremendous
right. Yep.
impact on you?
This broke shit.
This broke shit.
Does this mean...
And I watered this down.
Wait, Cat Cat automatically succeeds.
Yes.
So
She
is
automatically
Cat-Cat-
has 1.
Oh my gosh.
1 success.
Your
Out of
pack
20.
is going to be diddly at the end of all this, Cat Cat.
Huh?
Your pack is 65 and you're at 8.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Yeah, she's missing out on the pack increase. By
I'm seeing it now, yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted to look at anybody of a normal leveling progression, you look at Vinny's grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
I think her pack was 600 or 700 just to get to level 10.
I'm at 285. This is to get to 9. It tells you what 10's going to be like.
You skipped a lot, yes?
Yeah. I definitely skipped a lot on this.
Cat's gonna get there fast. She's gonna be very low in pack.
Yeah.
But we'll see if that makes a major difference.
So my pack skill doesn't change with this?
It'll increase by 5. For each level up. For each level up.
For each level up.
So
But I didn't
7,
touch it
8,
this time.
9, and 10. So you should be getting 20. So you should be at 85.
Now remember, every time you successfully pass the test, which you do automatic, you get 5%.
Yeah.
At least at the moment, even for level 9.
But you and I are at the exact same situation. Like, you get a roll. So if you didn't succeed, well, no, you have 1 level of success already towards. So you should be at 90, actually. Yeah, you should be at 90. Because you've already had 1 roll for level 9. I was only considering your rolls to get to 8. So 7, 8, 9, and 10, that's 4. And that gives you 5 for each, so 20. But you've already had 1 roll for 9, which gives you an automatic 5. Because you don't roll, you succeed.
Yeah.
Plus 10 for 8.
Oh, it's plus 10 for 8?
No, plus for leveling to 8, you get that plus 10 pack.
Oh, yeah. So 100.
95?
You should be at 100.
Oh.
No, you're right. 95. You're right. Sorry. 95. You're right.
I already did
5 for getting to it. So just another 5. So 95. But you're at 95 and I'm at 285. That's only 84 of which was for going to Forge World. So 204 compared to 100. The automatic successes has gypped you of 104.
Has a downside to it.
It does have a
It's
downside.
It was all balanced until
Yeah.
Forge World.
Realm of Serenity. What's that? Is that gonna? Come on.
It makes you more
to-
calm.
I'll have to look that up. I know the Void doesn't do anything.
No, it doesn't.
I'll have to look at Serenity. It might. But we'll address that next time.
Next time.
And you also have something else happening, Kit Kat.
Oh, it is 20 now.
You're being adopted.
Yay! Yay!
Who knows what he'll do for that?
What can
What
I
are
say
these?
besides you're welcome for whatever the hell he decides to do to you?
What the heck?
What are these numbers after these abilities on this Principles of Arcane Knowledge?
That's what I got for the
That's what he rolled.
specifically for Forge World.
Okay, so they're high because of Forge World is what I was wondering.
Yes,
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why.
I had the thought it
You
was
can
because
ignore
of Forge
those.
World. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes. Well, folks, that's going to conclude for tonight because it went crazy, a little bit crazier than I thought. But hey, it worked out. First half was a little weird, Groundhog Day-ish. Second half did turn out to be something. Everybody got to level 8. Cook got even farther to goddom. Of course, he has only Anubis to thank, whether he does or not. But he can't argue against it anymore.
No, he really can't.
Right.
He really
Plus
can't.
everything else he asked for that Anubis is going to grant him.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dad.
Thanks. Cook.
So they're sitting pretty now. Now, what they decide to do with all this newfound power is going to be questionable. We shall see. But until next time,
Story.
thank you for joining us. Join us again next week to see what they do next. And join us tomorrow for Tales of Andrea and Tuesday for Into the Nightmare. Tomorrow's at 3 p.m. Mountain Time and Into the Nightmares at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time.
Yay!
And
don't forget Rain in the Garden on Monday.
Is Rain in the Garden.
Yay.
Thank you.
Which I'm gonna go finish now.
Bye.
We love you all.
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. Repeat